Hey, everybody. We're going to have our meeting now. Thank you.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlost.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill is absent at present, arriving later. Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Present. Thank you. I'm going to now read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. We have a special presentation tonight. So in honor of Veterans Day, Alan Hale is here with us tonight with local veterans from American Legion Post 238, veterans of foreign war. Good evening, sirs. Thank you for being here. Sarah, would you like to read some information about tonight's meeting?
Tonight's meeting is being held in person, and we are offering live public comment via call-in that are watching the meeting at home. The meeting can be observed on Comcast Channel 26 or on live stream at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. Call in for public comments. Dial 1-650-898-6965 and enter conference ID 38609-442 #. We will display that on the screen for when it's time for public comments, and PCC will broadcast the numbers when it's time to call in. Press star 5 in the call queue to indicate that you wish to speak on the item. Star 6 to unmute once you're called upon by the last 4 digits of your phone number. And please, while you're on the line, mute any background sound and listen through your phone to avoid any delay.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. Okay, we have a special presentation tonight. We have San Mateo County Library's annual report. We have Stephanie Sava, the library manager, who will provide a presentation. Stephanie, come on up. So nice to see you tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Beer and members of the City Council. My name is Stephanie Sava, and I'm the manager of the library. I'm pleased to present the annual report for the fiscal year 2021 and 2020.
One moment, Stephanie. I think we're going to adjust your microphone so we can hear you a little bit better. Don't worry, we're going to get the sound right soon.
Hello? That's better. Okay.
And Mayor Beer, just as a reminder, as we work to get the sound system better, any speakers should speak very closely and directly into the microphone.
Thank you.
First established as a county-free library in 1912, the Library Joint Powers Authority was formed in 1999. Covering 351 square miles, our service area is made up of our 11 member cities and the unincorporated areas of the county. San Mateo County Libraries is uniquely positioned in the broader county service area, while at the same time understanding each community. Approximately 283,000 people live in our service area, and 76% of them have a library card. Our communities faced another year of profound change. Through ongoing recovery efforts, San Mateo County Libraries has continued to adapt physical and virtual services to meet critical needs, and staff never wavered in their commitment to provide equitable resources, programs, and services. Each of our 13 libraries is unique, but also part of a larger family, offering transformative experiences and a single mission. Excuse me. To strengthen our community by creating an inclusive sense of place and environment for learning. San Mateo County Libraries continues to be a high-performing organization. Some standout benchmarks include a 96% favorability rating, 1.6 million website visitors, and over 4 million wireless sessions. The library system had over 2 million checkouts and 935,000 library visitors. Locally, the Pacifica libraries had over 72,000 library visitors and circulated over 189,000 items. San Mateo County Libraries provide unmatched services to our community, and we are consistently ranked as one of the best libraries in the nation. We started off 2022 with a new title, being named a 5-star library for the very first time by Library Journal. We currently rank #1 in California and 3rd nationwide when compared to our peer libraries. Our staff's innovation and strong desire to serve the community led to the creation of new impactful library services this year. Each year, we make tremendous progress on our goals. It is my pleasure to highlight some of our system accomplishments. This year, we launched 7-day-a-week service and expanded evening hours at most of our libraries, including the Pacifica Sharp Park Library, allowing for greater access. We also provided vital support, including the distribution of free COVID-19 masks and test kits, and worked to address food insecurities in our communities. Successfully launched Empower Cards, new library cards designed to simplify and expand student access to library resources. We continue to strengthen partnerships with community groups and prioritize programming that reflects the diverse backgrounds, interests, and experiences of the people we serve. Our collections are always expanding. This year, the community gained access to valuable digital information and resources to help support those looking for employment, rent relief, mental health support, and so much more. Our award-winning Big Lift Inspiring Summer Camps served over 900 youth at 8 school sites, making significant progress in advancing literacy and academic performances in our most vulnerable communities. Continued Measure K funding supported these programs, which includes over 50,000 free giveaway children's books and the employment of 200 high school and college-age interns. In response to families craving more in-person offerings, our staff developed a new STEAM curriculum. This new program included fun, educational, hands-on activities for families to experience together. Through a new program with the State Library, we rolled out free California State Park passes inside our hiking backpacks. We've expanded on the abundance of technology available to our communities, from 3D printers to virtual reality, coding workshops, and camera kits. The options are endless for our users to create, innovate, and learn. On Saturday, June 4th, after 3 years of construction, the beautiful new Atherton Library opened. The library's flexible and inviting space is the perfect location for all community members to enjoy a variety of library programming and thoughtfully designed inviting spaces. After being apart for so long, there is something special about seeing our community members coming together to enjoy our inside spaces. Here's a video of patrons sharing what they enjoy most about our library.
Well, let's see. How can we solve it this time? This happened last time too, didn't
It
it?
did happen last year too.
I'm so sorry. It's such a good presentation too. Do we have a sound person available? So it doesn't fall all on Sarah. Here comes someone. It's okay, Sarah, they're coming. We'll come do it.
Come in here for the meditation group as Monday through
Now we can
Fridays,
start
and
I like going to the library because I love cooking and there's a lot of cooking books.
I come into the library because it's a sense of peace and it's a part of the community, just a place to relax and enjoy.
Me gusta mucho el contenido, todo lo que hay en este lugar. Los
Once
libros
again,
tienen muy
the
buenos
video's
libros para
not
leer.
displaying correctly.
So we just need to sync the audio and the
Yeah.
video.
it helps me with my mental health.
Love the selection of books, especially my daughter's in a Spanish immersion program, so there's tons of Spanish-speaking books that we don't find at some of the other libraries or bookstores.
Because I like to play with the things inside the library.
Thank you, Sarah, for fixing the audio. I would also like to thank the Pacifica Library staff for their tremendous work and creativity, the Friends of the Pacifica Libraries for their dedication and advocacy, city staff and council for your ongoing support, in particular Councilmember Mike O'Neill, who just celebrated his 10 years governing board. We got to celebrate this morning. And also City Manager Kevin Woodhouse for their work on the Library JPA Governing Board and Operations Committee. Thank you so much for all of your support, and thank you for allowing me.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. We appreciate it, and thank you for being here. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Go ahead, Sue Bartoloss.
I can't wait till we have a new library in Pacifica. That's all I have to say.
Stephanie, I was wondering, what is the Empower card?
Yes, it's a card that's available to all students in San Mateo County. So we are, most of the students in Pacifica have received them already through the school district. So we work with them, and it gives all the students greater access to resources. So we have a wide variety of online resources, and it's there for them to access.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank
look,
you.
it says Sue Bartoloss. I'm sorry, but Tiger has a question for you.
That is me.
Was that from you? Go right.
Go ahead, Tiger.
Working out buttons. Thank you for being here tonight, Stephanie. It was good to see you this morning and close out the evening with you as well. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the county library system. It always affords me the opportunity to meditate on the long journey that libraries have taken, where once upon a time books were the apogee of knowledge, and the idea of a library being that you can share that with people who don't necessarily have the resources to otherwise have access to that knowledge. And now it's not just about books being access to that knowledge. Parks passes, whether it's state or county parks passes, even something as simple as a parking pass for a county park. You know, that $5 might be cost prohibitive to somebody, but we're leveling that playing field so that a place like a county park where you can have that direct hands-on experience, it's amazing. The maker spaces where you have access to just about any tool, addressing food insecurity, making sure that people can eat, let alone be able to fill their brains thereafter in the exact same location, and true education supplements to our schools. So it's extraordinary what a modern library does in terms of facilitating the issues around equity that we're starting to more acutely be aware of, especially when disparities in economic status are concerned. So it's amazing the kind of work that the libraries are doing to level that playing field and enable access to everybody.
Bunch.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Sue pressed my button. We're still figuring out the buttons up there. So, yeah, no, I was happy to be on the library board, JPA, for 10 years, and today we had the meeting of, because due to elections, term limits, and everything else, we're losing 7 out of, I think, 15 or 16 of the board members. The longest serving one was 17 years old, not 17 years old, 17 years on the commission. But it was astounding the stuff that she had advocated for. And what's interesting is when we had a Council of Cities dinner at the Burlingame Recreation Center, they were putting a maker space in the community center instead of the library, because Burlingame runs their own library system. So it just shows how popular the maker spaces are in the peninsula and how they're used, and the meeting rooms, and businesses use them for meeting clients, you know, the private rooms and stuff. And so it was really, we all met at the Atherton Library, which is a brand new library that just was built earlier this year. I think we went to the grand opening. So yeah, but it is exciting to see what a library is. It is not Alexandria and the pyramids anymore. It is definitely much, much more. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Well, I just want to thank you personally for making my job easier. My day job is being a librarian at Cabrillo School, and we avail ourselves of your resources, of our resources, every day. Have a number of classes where teachers are having students read books in a series, so they're following a character through a series of books, and it's just not practical for every school library in Pacifica to have every volume of every book. Or if 2 or more students are reading the same series, really quickly we run out of the materials. And just a phone call, easy to get the materials, and we're so grateful. It's just really, you've expanded the walls of our school libraries, and you know, literally we bring in staff from the public library to our schools weekly. So it's just an immense resource for our community. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill has something else for you.
I just really wanted to emphasize that beyond the CDs, people can check out laptops there, Chromebooks. During the summer, they have the food for children that are still on reduced lunches or whatever, so that they still continue the nutrition. And they have the Big Lift program, which is the goal in San Mateo County is every 3rd grader is able to read at the 3rd grade level. And they support that so there's not the learning loss during the summer. So there's a big integration between the schools and libraries, but also human service agencies. One of the ones that had the biggest problem or issue when we cut the hours here, the libraries here on Palmetto, was the resource center, because they could no longer send people there to fill out job applications online, because every job application is actually online. Even McDonald's and, you know, Burger King or whatever are there. So they are an integrated, Safeway, yes. It's all online, and the libraries provide that safety net for human services and the day-to-day stuff that a lot of us just take for granted. So that's it.
And then I really want to thank you and your staff for participating in the Pacifica Collaborative. It makes it such a rich experience to have you all there and to have your support as we move forward in our community response to the hatred in our community. So thank you so much for that.
For including us.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Do we have any council members who would like to pull an item from consent? Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes. Hello? Sorry. I feel like my mic's going in and out. Are you hearing that?
Just go really close.
It's my mouth not being close enough. I do want to pull an item, and I am looking quickly for the number. I think it is item number 7.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up public comment for any items except for item 7 on the consent calendar. This is public comment on the consent calendar. So you can dial in 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute yourself, and please mute any background sound and listen through your phone. Do we have anyone on the line?
We have 4 people on the line, but no raised hands.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and close public comment, come back to council for a motion.
I move we approve the consent calendar minus 7.
Second.
How's that? Did that work?
No.
Okay, try pressing your vote buttons again.
Yeah, there was the right way. I pushed it. You saw me.
No.
Push again.
Let's go to the other side.
Well,
Then it goes up high.
yeah, this button's not working. Well, let me hit no.
Okay,
No
good.
is not working either.
So I'll do a roll call vote for this one, and then I'll adjust the vote board, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick,
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And the consent calendar minus item number 7, moved by Councilmember O'Neill, seconded by Councilmember Vaterlos, passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a staff report for item number 7?
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Council members. I don't have a prepared staff report. I can summarize the item or take any questions that relate directly to it. The item is intended to increase the pay for a classification called the police officer trainee classification, which in our experience and due to a failed recently police officer recruitment, very underpaid compared to other agencies, and by adjusting that trainee salary level to be in internal alignment 5% below the entry-level police officer salary range. Our hope is, as we do the next iteration of the recruitment, that helps with that recruitment. City often, when we have failed recruitments, needs to assess why those recruitments failed, and there's a variety of reasons they can fail. In this case, our hope is that the salary range is a critical component. In one instance, with the failed recruitment, we do know that some of the candidates took higher level, higher paid training positions in other agencies. So that's the intent. Again, take action immediately before we need to do another, send that trainee to the.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
So we have to do public comment on this item?
We do,
So I maybe would,
unless you have a question. Does anyone have a question?
I don't have a question.
Okay, then we'll go to public comment, see if someone has a public comment on the consent item number 7, which is a side letter agreement between the City of Pacifica and the Pacifica Police Officers Association. If you'd like to comment on this item, you can either fill out a card, bring it up. You can dial in 650-8986-965, conference number 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute. And please mute any background sound and listen through your phone. Is anybody raising their hand for public comment? Okay, thank you so much. We're going to close public. All right.
We are going to unmute caller with ending 4 digits 4848.
Caller with last 4 digits 4848.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Linda Jonas, and I'm a volunteer records clerk at the Pacifica Police Department. Anything we can do to enhance everything we can to help the Pacifica Police and their recruitments and whatever, I'm all in favor for. We have a great police department there, and I really want to support them in every way I possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Please hang up, Linda.
Yes? And I'm a volunteer records clerk at the Pacifica Police Department.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll bring it back to council now. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. So the reason that I pulled this item is because I have a couple of concerns about the timing, and also I feel like I don't have enough information to really give an affirmative answer, an affirmative vote to this item. My understanding is that we're seeking to increase the base pay of the police trainee position, as City Manager Woodhouse stated, and it would give us a $40,000 per year additional cost. Is that accurate, Mr. Woodhouse? But it would be less this year because of the timing, and since we're partway through the year. Is that correct?
That's correct, and Chief Stratton and Captain Glasgow are here, and if necessary can fill in on the details of timing and what a typical duration of a trainee might be before and becoming a officer at that pay level. But that would be the costing out of a full year at that level. And perhaps if they do have it, I'm not sure if they do have it at their fingertips, could also point to how low compared to other agencies the trainee position was previously.
Yeah, absolutely. Any information you can provide will help us.
Evening,
Good evening.
Council, members of the public. I'm Kirk Stratton, Interim Police Chief, City of Pacifica. Yeah, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I can tell you that recruitment and retention is very difficult. When some agencies are giving $30,000 bonuses, such as San Mateo County, it's really hard to compete. We were at approximately $5,000, give or take a couple $100 for trainee salary, and when others were about $7,200. So we were well below the average, and so by bringing that average up, we would hope to attract police trainees. That means that a trainee is being paid while going through the academy. The benefits of that is that we get to observe the trainee all the way through. In other words, we're not hiring somebody who has put themselves through the academy, we're monitoring them all the way through. So it's very beneficial for us, and we really want to get that salary increase up so we can compete with all the agencies in San Mateo. Questions?
Is there, after having the trainee go through our, we put them through post, is that right? The academy?
We put them through a post-police academy, correct?
Which is at the cost, the city's cost as well, in addition to paying the trainee?
Oh yeah, for just to attend the academy?
Yeah.
Is roughly $5,000 to $7,000
Okay. And
tuition.
And then if we elect not to hire that person, then they're released.
Correct.
I presume, because they're under probation at that period.
Correct.
And, but what if they elect not to apply for our job after post?
Well, they would already be hired. They would be hired. They have to go through a background check, medical, psychological. So they would be hired by the City of Pacifica while attending the police academy as a probationary trainee.
Okay, and then another question I had is, are there alternatives to this action that you've heard of in any other departments, such as, is there some kind of a bonus if you complete the training? And that, as opposed to coming in the door with the higher salary, there's a reason to stay, is what I'm asking.
I'm not aware, but upon completing the training and being hired, they will get an increase in salary to step 1 of a police officer.
So that would be where they would pick up that additional 5%.
Correct.
So thank you very much. Those were my questions. I don't know if anyone else has a question or a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Generally speaking, how long is somebody designated as a trainee?
6 months.
So if that's an extra $40,000 a year really for any given person, that sounds like it's an extra $20,000?
Yeah, I believe the estimate was 40,000 for 2 positions. Lucky to fill those 2 positions.
And that's the most that conceivably we'd have to fill, correct?
Correct, with 2 vacancies.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about how recruitment's going now? Like what is needed in your department?
What is needed
Yeah.
is staffing. We are short in resources, personnel, and that's all the way from records to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to dovetail on Mayor's question. How many people are we short?
Well, I believe it's 2 full-time positions. 3. Captain Glasgow, correct me. 3.
And does that include our records clerks?
No.
How many records clerks alone are we down?
1 full-time, 1 part-time? So it's a 2-year ARPA funded position.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Actually, I did have one other question. What I don't understand is the timing of this request in terms of when the academy begins.
So there are academies in various locations. The one that we like to recruit from and send our officers to is the College of San Mateo, the local police academy. That's just best for staffing, for times. If any personnel from Pacifica Police Department wants to check up, it's a short distance away. What timing of the academy? Is that what you're asking me?
The timing of, like, is the urgency around why this item is on our consent agenda because the academy is about to begin and you want to increase the rate of pay so that you can conceivably get 1 or 2 trainees into that academy?
Yeah, so the current academy class graduates in about a week. The next academy class is in January. I don't think even with passing this would it's a luxury of putting somebody into this next class at the CSM Academy site. Now, there's other academy classes, they're staggered dates, but the one at CSM would begin January 8th. So that's the reason for the timing. We're hoping to get this in place and get somebody hired as a police officer trainee and send them to the CSM Academy.
But you think the timing wouldn't allow us to get anyone into the January, probably?
It would be tight. It would be tight. There's a possibility, but it would be tight.
So it's a semester program?
Sorry?
Is it a semester program?
Every 6 months.
6 months, right. So the next opportunity would be June?
Yes, June, July. There's usually a couple-week break in between. Yeah, that's the date for the CSM Academy.
So, and I think for me, not that we don't want you to have police officers or staff, but I think for me, when we talk about our public safety, there's questions about equity between our police officers and our fire department, and I think there's going to be a lot of discussions about that moving forward. And so that's one thing that made me kind of hesitated when I looked at this, is like, because I don't understand what we're doing for fire, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So that's just kind of where my hesitation comes in. So I just thought I'd voice that. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I kind of agree with the spirit of where you're coming from, and for me, it's not just a matter of fire, it's a matter of we're about to enter into a negotiations season. Mm-hmm. And given how far behind our department is, I think that's kind of overriding it. And to the tune of, I want our community to be safe. And that right now is my greater consideration within the context of, we're about to enter into a big, long negotiation cycle with everybody in town. And I feel like right now, every city employee's eyes are on us. And it's very uncomfortable for me to do a special thing for one designation when I'm about to enter into that very long, possibly painful process with absolutely everybody on our payroll. And the only reason I think I am willing to vote with this is because I am hearing an urgency of need, and a part of that has to do with the timing of the training itself. It sounds like if we don't do this now, we have the potential to miss 2 cycles of onboarding trainees, not just one. It would be painful just to miss out on one opportunity. It would be really painful to do that to ourselves twice. And so that's the wrestling I've gone through internally over the course of the last week, is weighing what ultimately I think is a legitimate question of public safety against trying to duly respect all of our employees.
Well said. Thank you.
Can
Yeah, please.
just a comment is, Chief Stratton, if I remember correctly, did you just say that this position was 7.5% below the market or average in pay?
That staff report, there's a number in there.
The current classification is $5,799 per month. And the average, I believe Chief Stratton said, in the county for trainees is $7,200 per month. So those are the numbers. I can't do that
Okay,
math
so that's
on
where,
top
okay,
of my
I
head.
got, okay, so we're roughly what, 30% cheaper? Or paid about 30% less?
So for a trainee, Captain Glasgow advised me it's approximately 15% below.
15% below. And I believe that if council recollects, when we started negotiations, we had a number in our head where we wanted to bring all positions to within, I don't know whether it's closed session or not, that's why I'm not saying the number, but we had a goal of setting all positions within a certain amount, and this is well under that amount. So I feel if we want to be fair to this position, we have to bring it up to what our goal was in negotiations.
A piece of information that I don't have, and that's why I said I feel like I don't have enough information to make a good decision here, is I don't have in front of me where all the other positions are in all the other departments and how difficult those recruitments are. That's my concern. I don't want to hobble the police department. Please understand, that's not my goal. What I'm looking though as the issue of equity, and I can't say right this minute without more information, where are we relative to, where's our DPW relative to other departments? Where's our, what other failed recruitments are we having? And what, are we sure that it's the salary? Are there other factors? These are just the thoughts that went through my mind when I saw this item, and that's why I feel I don't have enough information.
Then bringing it back to look at it in the obverse of the mirror, he just said that this position's 7.5% below a comparable position in the market. We have strived to have all other positions to be within the 5%. So is it equitable for this position not to be at the same parity as the other positions?
You said if we've been striving to do that. I don't know if we've met it.
I know we did do a couple salary adjustments. I think we're in negotiations that we made special arrangements for positions that were very underfunded. So we did that in closed session in negotiations. And I would think that if you want to maintain equity, parity, and recruitment possibilities, we have to try to be fair to everybody to be within that certain percentage we stated. Can I ask the city attorney, can I state the number, or is that closed session?
So we should not be discussing anything that was discussed within closed session.
So I can't use
if
the
there was a
number.
specific number that was discussed in closed session, I would recommend.
I cannot do it. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. So if we had,
I hear what you're saying, and I mean, I just looked at this, and I get that it's really low, but when I calculated the difference in the rate that is presently the rate and what it was proposed to be, while that brings it within 5% below the beginning salary step of the police officer classification that we're training for, it also represents a 23% increase in that one job class, if I did my math right.
and in closed session negotiations, we have given a couple of other positions something similar.
Councilmember Varlas has her line on. Sorry, I didn't mean to
sorry.
interrupt you. But she's been waiting for a minute, so.
I think it's a big issue that we can't recruit because we're not paying enough. So they're just going to go somewhere else. And if we can pay them to hire them ahead before they go to the academy, they're hired. So they're going to be more loyal. And if they get the better salary, they'll stay here instead of leaving. So I see the benefits of this. And I think it's really important for public safety that we have enough officers that we need.
Of course, right, of course it is. I just think we need to be prepared for, people are paying attention and negotiations are coming up, so. Do we have a motion? or-
Mayor Beer, if
Yeah.
if I could add, because I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding about the intent here. Whenever we conduct recruitments and they fail, and in recent year, there's been numerous of those, it's a matter of best practice to assess why that happened. And regardless of MOU labor negotiations timelines, if necessary, to bring back adjustments to the classification, whether it's taking a position that was formerly a combined deputy city clerk and executive assistant and splitting it into 2 full-time positions, or raising the salary range to be more attractive, like was done for the deputy finance director, and the list kind of goes on, as tools to be able to recruit quality employees to serve the community. That's precisely what's happening here. It's not ideal that it's not within the context of actual labor negotiations of all the groups, but on balance, we're faced with not being able to fill 3 vacant positions in the police department and the overtime costs that those vacancies bring to the department, and the service level of not filling those. So we really look at it from many different angles, and in this case, this trainee position, and oftentimes new police officers are not brand new trainees that have to go to the academy. They're lateral hirings from departments, if we're lucky to have that. But in this case, just isolating this one piece, which we would do for all groups and all positions as we look at compensation and internal alignment and success. Sorry, it seems that even when I talk directly into it, it cuts out. So I just wanted to make sure that is clear, that there is a best practice and a reason why this is happening now. And as Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick said, if we don't do this and we wait, then we may not also be able to make the June Academy, in other words, if we were to wait for labor negotiations, because labor negotiations aren't going to end until close to the end of June, right? Then we wouldn't even make the June Academy, and we'd still be having this impact.
I appreciate the additional information. Thank you. Do we have a motion? Or any more discussion? Oh, public comment.
No, we had that.
Oh, we did that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I make a motion to approve item number 7 from the consent calendar.
Second.
Sarah, am I using this one now? Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Do you want me to try this one? Okay. Oh, do it again?
Everybody?
She's pressing the button, I
He
witnessed
really
it.
is watching me. Do you want me to try this one?
Well, that's the,
No, this one.
yeah.
Start over, do over.
Okay, going again?
I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Okay, that sounds
Great.
good.
Councilmember Beckmeyer,
No.
Councilmember Butterlos,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick,
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Again, I appreciate the additional information, so yes.
That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Beckmeyer opposed.
Okay, we're going to move on to oral communications. Public comment. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the city council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communication, provided, however, that during the oral communication portions of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. The maximum time is 3 minutes allotted for any speaker. If you're in-house, please fill out a yellow card and bring it up to us. And also, if you're on the phone, please dial 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. And remember to mute any background sound. Okay, I have 2 cards. First one is Anita Reese from the Pacifica Resource Center, followed by Christine Bowles, just so you know.
Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. First, I just want to comment on how great the space looks. This is my first meeting back, so thank you so much. It feels so much nicer to be here. I can only imagine how much nicer it is for you. So I just wanted to share that on Friday, October 28th, PRC was a victim of a hate crime when someone threw a rock through our window. And I just want to thank Pacifica PD for responding so quickly. I also wanted to thank Public Works for helping us cover the hole in the window so that our office was secure. And we are in the process of getting the window fixed. Unfortunately, it's a constant reminder when we see the wood over the window. And we are hopeful that the person who felt like throwing a rock was their only recourse. I always welcome folks who disagree or have issue with PRC to come and talk to me. While we may not agree on the way in which we provide our services, our ultimate goal is to support our community. So I encourage anybody who has issue with PRC to please contact me so that we can talk about it before it gets to something like this. I also just wanted to mention that we are open on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, 9 to 5, Wednesdays, 9 to 7, and we're closed currently 12:30 to 1:30 for lunch. We're also open on Friday from 9 to 1, and one Saturday a month. Our Saturday is this coming Saturday, November 19th, and we'll be open from 9 to 1. We are enrolling families currently in Thanksgiving. We will be distributing groceries and gift cards on the 19th at PRC and on the 21st at the American Legion Hall. We currently have 160 families enrolled with another 40 spaces available. We're also enrolling families with children under the age of 17 in our Holiday Joy program, where we match donors in the community with families who need support during the holidays. We currently have 51 children enrolled with space for 99 additional children. If you are interested in sponsoring a family, please contact us. If you need help during the holidays, please contact us. We will do our best to serve everybody who comes to the organization. I also just want to mention that we're continuing our Unhoused on the Coast outreach. If you see somebody who's on the streets that need help, please contact our outreach staff. Roberto is servicing all of Pacifica currently. His number is 650-387-4458. And in general, any support that you need, please contact PRC at 650-738-7470 or by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Christine.
Good evening, council and staff. I want to tell you a story of something that happened this weekend, and actually ties in well with what Anita was saying. We have a growing homeless problem, and I think you know, or opportunity. Let's put it that way. Not necessarily a problem. A lot more people are being evicted now that COVID restrictions, for evictions have ended, and especially, or what I'm seeing in District 2 along Esplanade in that area, and people actually even on the bluffs of the cliffs, very dangerous, obviously, and in the Fish and Bowl site. A lady reached out on Nextdoor over the weekend because she didn't have any food, and the PRC was closed, which is where she usually gets her food. She's in her early 20s, young woman, and I brought her some food, but I wanted to sit and talk with her a little bit more to hear her story. because there can sometimes be discrimination and perceptions that people are on drugs or don't want to be housed, and this was not this lady's story at all. She had to leave a violent and drug family in Florida and came here and said that the resources here in California were so much better than Florida. And so she was grateful to be here. I asked her how we could help as a city. And she said, you know, she's surviving okay on her own, and people have been super helpful. And you know, when she reaches out and needs something in particular, the hardest thing for her was dealing with trash. She was camping in the Fish and Bowl site, and which is just littered with a lot of trash now. And we're hearing that from our residents, you know, in those areas too. And it just seems like that would be such an easy thing for us to fix. That doesn't have to cost a lot of money to have a few more trash cans in the area. Right now she's carting, you know, what trash she can to the Safeway and putting it in their bins, which isn't ideal for our businesses either. So maybe this is something we can work on with the PRC to find some additional funds for. But the good news is this particular woman, so she's in her 20s, she actually has epilepsy and seizures. She has a companion animal, I mean, really sweet woman. She swears she never does drugs or hangs out with drugs, you know, but she's just at a point in her life when she's struggling. And she was able to get a house. She should have moved in today to housing in Redwood City. So they have done a lot to build new housing, and I know San Mateo County is really working to end homelessness, and I'm really hoping that we can partner with them to bring some more resources here too. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone on the phone for public comment? Public comment on anything that's not on the agenda tonight? Sarah, you might need to repeat that. I'm not sure if it's getting, if everyone can hear it or not, or just so you know.
We'll see if we can get the sound tech to check out that microphone.
Okay. But in the meantime, should we?
I think you said 3097.
Caller with last four digits, 3097. You may go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Sarah.
*6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Rainy Tan with over in Manor. Can you hear me?
I can. Hello, Remy.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple comments to City Council. First thing, I was disappointed to hear that Measure Q did not pass, and the fireworks ban will not happen, or won't come to council because it was a referendum. So seeing that, and then even during election night, somebody set off some illegal fireworks, I guess, in celebration of that. So that was kind of disappointing. But given that situation, I'd like to suggest that maybe the police and the fire departments work together with the community, and maybe all the residents, who like to, show off the fireworks can work with police and fire and do it safely, in the beaches during July 4th and New Year's, and, everybody else in the community can enjoy it, obviously at a safe distance, rather than having all these, legal and illegal fireworks going off in the communities and in the houses and near the hillsides. I mean, the beaches are probably the safest place, we can set off fireworks, and we do, are blessed having the beach there. So just like to make that suggestion and see if, we can, have something happen on that, moving forward. The other issue I want to bring up is about the ongoing issue on the bluff top. The concrete pieces still look like it's falling off from where the apartments were torn down. Mentioned that several times, and nothing seems to be done. I know the city's tight on money, and this is something that really should have been taken care of by the owner of that property, when the buildings were demolished. So given that it's a dangerous situation, we recommend that the city close that section of the beach. So, as every time I walk over there, there's somebody sitting there, with their dog, and right underneath that, that concrete there. And again, that's over, where those apartment buildings fell off into the ocean. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Next caller?
Have caller 8279.
8279. You can press *6 to unmute. Okay, caller with the digits 8279. You can press *6 to unmute if you'd like to give public comment. I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
I allowed their mic, but I can also physically unmute.
Why don't you try that and see if they're there? Good evening, 8279. Would you like to share a public comment? Okay, well, how about if they pop back up, we'll open it for them, okay? Anybody else? Okay. We're going to close public comment and move on now to council communications. Who would like to go first? Jump right in.
Okay. I'll jump right in. And I'll talk close. I attended the city meeting on housing, which was really interesting to listen to all the comments that people had about housing. I also attended a meeting called Smart Coast California, where they discussed everyone's local coastal program updates, which is always an interesting topic to hear what the other cities, what's happening with the other cities. Some of them just pulled their updates because they weren't getting approved. I went to the county's Working to End Homelessness update. That was several hours. Many of us attended the Council of Cities in Burlingame, and we saw their new community center, which was fabulous, and had a great dinner. I went to the community center to see the electric vehicle exhibit, which was really nice, interesting where the engine compartments are, and somebody had a ice chest in their engine compartment, which was really cute. But to learn about the different vehicles and the different aspects of each one. I attended Pacifica Care's 40th anniversary. I went to Sustainable San Mateo County. They just sent out a new booklet on electrification. The City and County Association of Governments legislative meeting. One of the interesting things is that even newly elected people can submit bills by December the 5th. So they're scrambling already to get bills together to submit on December 5th. I went to the regular City and County Association of Governments, and again, we discussed managed lanes, which are currently in a testing. If you drive down 101, if you have 3 people in your vehicle and you have the tag, you can go in the managed lanes now. They are not charging. Arbor Day, My group planted 2 trees, one giant tree that's about 15 feet tall. So hopefully the 2 trees we planted will, and all of the rest of the trees planted will do very well. And I also want to thank everyone who ran for the council election because it's really difficult to run. It's almost as hard as being on council. And it's an interesting process. I've gone through it twice, and thankfully I don't ever have to do it again. So that's it.
Thank you, Sue. Who's going next? Go for it.
Okay, I also attended the Pacificans Care event, and the Council of Cities also attended congestion management meeting on the 31st, and attended the library JPA meeting this morning. And then we had a couple other meetings regarding closed session items. And that was, let's see, I think that was about it.
Okay. Thank you. If you think of something, you just let me know. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Wait. I did want to remind, I always remember this, is they did change, congestion management has been talking about this, and I have mentioned it before, but if you have a fast track, you need to contact them to get a new fast track. Because when they do start charging for the high HOV lanes, they want you to track it, okay? And the old ones don't track it, but the new ones does, to take your whatever they charge on the toll lanes. And apparently this one will work in Southern California and everything. So be sure to get the new fast track so you can use managed lanes if you wish.
I've had one for a long time. It indicates how many people are in your car.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that, you can't indicate the number of people in your car. So it won't work. It's 1, 2, or 3 on the, and they're much smaller, so much easier. They're tiny instead of the big one.
Nice. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I had so many meetings over the last 3 weeks, right? It was 3 weeks. Because I feel like I keep making notes and going, no, I'm not done yet. So a number of the same meetings that, or events that Councilmember Vaterlas mentioned, the housing element was a great turnout, and I was pleased to, this was the one at Cabrillo School. I was pleased to see how well all of the different tables, during the tabletop discussion part, people were interacting with each other and sharing information, which I think is the purpose of doing a public meeting like that. So yay for that. I attended a fundraiser at the Pedro Point Community Center, which was for the Rockaway Rickey Foundation, or Rockaway Rickey Fund, which is part of the Pacifica Resource Center for folks who need assistance with meeting the needs for their pets, including veterinary visits are funded through that fund. So that was great. The Council of Cities in Burlingame, beautiful, beautiful community facility. And we had a presentation from One Shoreline and had an update from them, which was great. The EV fair, I appreciated the efforts of Pacifica's environmental family in pulling that together, and all of the local folks who brought their vehicles out. I've attended one other such event, and it was dealers who were selling EVs. And it was really nice to have an opportunity to just chat with people about their car, their experience, why they chose the one they did, et cetera, for people like me who are in the market but don't have enough information yet about electric vehicles. I participated in a candidate forum that I really was so I don't know the right word. I think inspired really is the right word. It was put together by Oceana High School students. I think I didn't ask to see their IDs, but I'm going to say probably most of whom aren't of voting age just yet.
No,
But they were engaged, and they wanted to hear from the candidates, and they had very thoughtful questions. So it was an excellent opportunity it wasn't as well attended as it might have been, but that's okay. It was a good experience. The Beautification Advisory Committee happened, and we heard updates about the various projects that the Beautification Advisory Committee is working on, which include the bump outs, the planted areas on Palmetto Avenue. There was an activity this last Saturday after Arbor Day where we went and spruced up some of the corners there. And then I went to another community meeting at Pedro Point Firehouse that was sponsored by folks who have concerns about building in the south end of town and wanted to listen. I was there to hear what their concerns were, and it was a very good meeting in that regard. The Beautification Advisor, what's that one again? Economic Development Committee meeting happened last week, which was fun because we got to hear the after event report about Blues and Brews, and that was a great initiative. And hearing the excitement and the exuberance of the members around that event, and also welcoming and introducing some new members to that group. I think that's pretty much it for me, but I'll jump in if there's something else.
Well, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually sitting with Anita on that seminar about homelessness when I got the news through her that a rock had been thrown through the window of PRC. And so I've had the opportunity to meditate on that for a couple of weeks. And I don't know if the right thing will come out of me, but I feel like I have to say something. Discussions of approach is a matter of discussion amongst the community. But the idea of torturing people seeking help or torturing the people trying to help others speaks volumes about the perpetrators of such crimes. I'm reminded that violence is always an act of fear, and perceiving such violent acts invokes my compassion that I would alleviate the pain of these so obviously afraid if I had the means at my disposal. So these are some of the meditations that have been invoked in me. As I said, I was at the Working to End Homelessness event. One of the quotes that really stuck out at me was this iteration that's been told by a couple people like Pearl Buck or Hubert Humphrey, that the test of a civilization is the way that it cares for their most helpless members. Jackie Spear spoke amongst many other people, and ultimately it was just good to hear the good works that the county is engaged in around matters of homelessness. I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. Bottom line, we've procured more power, and we adopted our diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion policy. The action plan to implement that will be soon to follow. There was also a meeting between the mayor, myself, and PCE staff and city staff, which was wonderful. I was at the housing element meeting at Sunset Ridge. What was interesting to me was as I was walking around listening to the various conversations going on at the tables, largely it seemed like the conversations tended to go in a similar direction. I've attended other meetings where that wasn't necessarily the case. It was interesting for me to hear that there seems to be kind of a logical progression about how this conversation seems to be heading. I attended Chuck Pamikpik's retirement, our former deputy fire chief. I attended the Ohlone Portola Heritage Day celebration, the information session at the community center, followed by the walk up to the Colonial Discovery site. Attended the Pacificans Care 40th. That was awesome. There was a Boys and Girls Club budget meeting. Usually I begin these reports by talking about Ukraine and how they're in my heart and how I'm following them on a daily basis. election night, I got to pay my respects to Diane Pappin, Ray Mueller, and Kevin Mullen at their various events, which was delightful. I also want to echo Councilmember Vadalaus's sentiment that it's a heck of a thing for anybody to stick their neck out and run for public office, and kudos for everybody who ran regardless of outcome. I wanted to highlight that one of the reasons why I keep bringing up Ukraine every time, which is something that doesn't directly affect Pacifica, is because of nights like election night, where our democracy is right there, that we all get to celebrate together. And it's important to me that places like Ukraine and other places in the world hopefully are able to do the same. I attended the PRC board meeting. They had a strategic planning update, and I was reminded that their Holiday Joy and Thanksgiving programs are coming up, so please sign up for those programs if you'd like to lend your hand to helping communities that could use the help. I enjoyed the Arbor Day celebration, planting a tree at Oceana, and today the San Mateo County Library JPA meeting, at which our Mr. O'Neill was honored for his 10 years of being on that board. They talked about how Millbrae and Foster City are having maker spaces put into their libraries, and for a moment I got to salivate a little bit because I wish that our library was up to date enough that we could have these maker spaces. They're amazing. It's amazing the kind of tools that are available to people, and I'm hoping that one day we'll have facilities where we'll be able to have the abilities such as these maker spaces that are going up all around the county. Our Paula Texera is going to be retiring shortly. That was news to me, and I wish her well in her retirement. And Sarah McDowell mentioned that she's going to be sending off some letter to state legislators suggesting that regional boards are able to maintain Zoom availability as we've been enjoying during COVID. I use the term enjoying loosely, but regionally it seems like it makes a lot of sense. So I asked her to send that letter, and you can expect me to forward that. And as was mentioned prior, 7 outgoing members on that board, not the least of which Carol Groom, but Marianne Derwin, who spent 17 years on that board. She's the longest serving member on the library JPA out of Portoral Valley, and I wish her and the other 7 members well, and that is my report.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you have something else? Go ahead.
Thank you. I did want to mention that I attended Ernie Delasart's memorial, and it was a true celebration of life. It was at the Moose Lodge, and it was packed. It was so great to be part of acknowledging how much he gave to this community as an employee for 30-ish years, 20-something years. But to see the camaraderie among his former coworkers who are also retired and those who are still on staff, and to just see the connections among their families, it was truly inspiring. And I just really felt it was important for me to be there to pay my respects to him.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill wanted to remind people about the various holiday tree lightings. So they'll be on the December 4th, I believe, is the Pacificas, and when is Rockaway?
December 4th.
December 4th, all on the same day.
The holiday parade, I think, starts at 3 on Palmetto. It's being organized by PB&R, and then the Rockaway tree lighting's 4 to 7.
Correct.
On the same day.
Awesome. Okay, my turn. So yeah, let's talk about the Rock at PRC. So, you know, there's been various acts of hatred in our community, you know, for a while now. We had 2 incidents at Sunset Ridge. We had a flag stolen from Oceana High School, and then the rock through the window. We have people who are harassing our folks who are permit parking holders, our permit parking program holders are being harassed, and we can't stand for this anymore. We just can't. We need to stand up for PRC. They're doing all the work that they can possibly do to make our community healthy and safe, and we need to stand up for them. And so I want to appreciate all the members of the Pacifica Collaborative, because at last Thursday's meeting, we spoke about a extended community response. And so I'm going to be meeting with the subgroup with the collaborative, creating a work plan and getting to work. So the rest of the time, we meet once a month. Every meeting for the rest of the year, we will be working on our collective response to the hatred in our community, and we are not going to stop, because we just can't take it anymore. So when you're out there, tell people, be kind, and stand up for PRC. I was sick for a while. I was sick for a good week, and I missed so many things. And one of those things was the Working to End Homelessness event, where I was going to be one of the MCs for the event. So I was really upset that I couldn't attend, so thank you all who did attend. I also missed the Bike and Ped, the Regional Bike and Pedestrian Commission meeting. However, I was still appointed to be on a subcommittee to give some responses and comments for the OBEG 4 funding, which is One Bay Area grant funding. So it'll be really good for Pacifica to have a seat at the table to talk about that funding cycle and what that's going to entail. So I'm looking forward to that. I also had to miss the Environmental Families EV event. So thank you, Pacifica's Environmental Family, for putting that on so much. I attended the housing element meeting at Sunset Ridge, yet very interesting conversations. Thank you for people who attended and shared with each other. I attended the Youth Civic Engagement panel for the candidates, and again, thank you, everybody who ran for office. It'll zap the life out of you running a campaign. It is so hard. So thank you, everybody who ran. I attended the Save San Pedro Mountain meeting, the COVID recovery meeting, Pacificans Care 40th anniversary, the Economic Development Committee, got to plant some trees at Arbor Day. That was super awesome. Thank you, Tree City Pacifica. I attended the Cal Cities Peninsula Division Executive Committee meeting today, and I wanted to thank Pacifica Hot Rods. They had a cancer ride on Saturday morning. They raised $4,000 for a family with a sick teenager, so thank you, Pacifica Hot Rods. You always show up. I'm done. Okay, it's your turn, City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer. Council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a few brief announcements. One, because it was mentioned by one of the callers during oral communications, is an update about the concrete along 300 Esplanade. The Public Works engineering staff has been assessing that situation, talking with the adjacent property owner as well, and so is pursuing what potential solution is to that. Like most things on bluffs or the coast, it's much more complicated than it seems, that meets the eye. An emergency coastal development permit would be required, and so Public Works engineering staff is on it and trying to come up with a solution. I wanted to mention. The other is to announce two important meetings that are happening. Tomorrow night is the Economic Opportunities Study second community workshop, and that's part of the Vision 2025 and Beyond financial sustainability study that we're conducting. But the Economic Opportunities Workshop, open to the public, will be at the Community Center. Dinner provided beginning at 5:30. The presentation and tabletop discussions begin at 6. And this study is critically important to look at the different business districts in the city and what services they should be providing. And it's interesting in parallel with the housing element conversations, because you are looking at opportunity sites around the city for both enhancing the business services and enhancing our housing capacity. And those have to work together in conjunction. So should be a very robust discussion. The consultant, Cosmont Companies, will be presenting the results of their initial analysis, be getting public input, and then the report will be presented early next year to the Planning Commission and to the City Council. So I encourage anyone who's interested to come and eat some dinner and enjoy conversations with fellow residents tomorrow night, 5:30 at the center. The next announcement is a special one in that on Saturday, this coming Saturday, the 19th, at a special city council meeting, 11:30 here in the council chambers, the city council will be honoring Congresswoman Spear. And Congresswoman Spear will be here, so there will be nice words from her, nice words from council members, open to the public. We'll also have refreshments to honor Congresswoman Spear and her long tenure, specifically to Pacifica.
Yep, your mic is still going in and out. Well, we're just going to have to deal with that. All right, we're going to our public hearings. We have item number 9, which is consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of site development permit PSD 81116, use permit UP 76-16. With the proposed action is to move to adopt the attached resolution and refer the subject project back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration following the preparation of environmental impact review. We are talking about the property at 570 Crespi. We have our Planning Director, Christian Murdoch, here. Thank you, Christian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Planning Director Christian Murdoch. The item before you is a continued public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's actions related to the 570 Crespi mixed-use project. The Planning Commission considered the project on March 7th, 2022, and voted to approve development permits for the project and recommend City Council approval of several legislative items, including a general plan amendment, zoning text amendment, rezoning, and development agreement. The appeal was filed on March 17th, 2022. The City Council has previously continued the public hearing on this project on 2 occasions. The last continuance was in response to the submission of information related to potential environmental impacts by the appellant, which required additional time for city staff to review. Since the last continuance, the applicant has requested that the city prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, to comply with the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Because CEQA review must be completed before the City Council can consider approval of a discretionary action, such as a project approval, it is premature for the City Council to consider the merits of the appeal and potential project approval until such time that the EIR has been prepared. In order to resolve the pending appeal and to enable the EIR process to proceed, staff recommends that the City Council refer the subject project back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration following the preparation of an EIR as provided in Pacifica Municipal Code, Section 9-4.3208B2. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Do we have any questions for Christian before we open the public hearing? Thanks. Okay, so as I see it, we will still, I'm going to open the public hearing, so I'm going to invite the appellant to speak for 10 minutes with an option of setting aside 3 minutes of that time for a rebuttal. They still allowed to.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Going to be very brief. Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Oh, I am Margaret Goodale, the appellant.
Ms. Goodale, may I interrupt 1 moment and ask if you'd like to reserve any time for up to 3 minutes for rebuttal period?
I am simply going to speak for 3 minutes.
So your testimony can be up to 10 minutes?
I realize
to reserve up to 3 minutes for rebuttal?
I did not know that, which is fine. I'm just going to speak for 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Evening again. My primary concern about this project has always been that the protection of the historic remnant of Lake Matilda. Wetland is more significant than just vacant, undeveloped land or water storage pond. I fully support staff's recommendation to prepare an environmental impact report. Thank them and you Council for your understanding that an EIR is necessary. I also support a reasonable project for this Crespi site. But an EIR now creates the possibility to align the project with Pacifica's excellent strategic plan goal number 1. That is to, quote, preserve and enhance Pacifica's natural resources and open space to ensure an ecologically vibrant community, unquote. Tiny Matilda wetland deserves this consideration, and we can do it by paying attention to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife comment for our FEIR back in March. CDFW wrote, riparian buffer, an area along a shoreline, wetland, or stream where development is restricted or prohibited. Primary function of the buffer is to physically protect and separate a stream, lake, pond, wetland, etc., from or encroachment. National Environmental Law Institute publishes a document titled Planner's Guide to Wetland Buffers for Local Governments. According to this guide, quote, buffer sizes should be increased with increasing intensity of land use. Buffers of at least 50 feet are likely necessary to maintain buffer effectiveness over time. Guide adds, national standard for protection of wetlands, the minimum of 50 feet separation, edge of the finished construction to the wetland. Adding a conservation easement.
Okay, Margaret, I think I don't want to stop you in the middle of your sentence, but obviously there were some issues with the sound, so I want to make sure that they're okay, and then you can start again. I'm so sorry that you had to be interrupted.
Start where?
There was something going on with the sound over here. There was a lot of noise that we weren't able to hear a lot of what you said. So, to be fair, you can either continue from where we left off.
I think I'll continue and I will hand in my notes.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry that you had to be
And
interrupted.
then you can see them written, although on the back doesn't matter. All right, I'm going to continue. The National Environmental Law Institute publishes a document titled A Planner's Guide to Wetland Buffers for Local Governments. According to this guide, quote, buffer sizes should be increased with increasing intensity of land use. Buffers of at least 50 feet are likely necessary to maintain buffer effectiveness over time. Guide adds, a national standard for protection of wetlands is a minimum of 50 feet separation from the edge of the finished construction to the wetland. We have proposed also adding a conservation easement, which could ensure proper maintenance. An environmental impact report offers the opportunity to choose to recognize, preserve, and enhance the tiny wetland open space, multiple ecological functions, and historic significance. Please honor your strategic plan goal number 1. Vote for the staff recommendation of an EIR.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Okay, now I'm going to invite the applicant to come on up if you'd like to share anything with us tonight. No? All right. Any questions from council before we open up public comment? All right, then we're going to open up public comment on this item. I do have I have 3 cards here. So again, if you're on the phone, please dial in 650-898-6965. Conference ID is 383609442. *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. We'll start with our cards from the room, and then we'll go over to the phone. We have Peter Loeb, followed by Chris Redfield.
Okay. Peter Loeb, I'm here to support the appeal, and I'm pleased to know that the Murphys and staff have proposed a EIR and sending it back to the Planning Commission, and I hope that the City Council will approve that. Thank you very much for your attention. I do support this appeal because my concern is that the environmental review up to this point is inadequate. You've received 2 expert reports, one from Dr. Peter Bay and another from Dr. Smallwood, and those documents indicate that there are potentially significant environmental impacts which an EIR will explore, address, whatever you want to say, and so I support that, and I support the desire for a 50-foot buffer from the wetlands and also the conservation easement that Margaret was talking about. So thank you very much. Please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Chris Redfield, followed by Cindy Abbott.
Good evening, staff and council. I want to speak in full support of this project. It's been almost 8 years to this point. How can Pacifica ever possibly meet even the reasonable expectation the state requires on our arena allocation? This project is exactly what we need. This started in 2014 when a Ms. Hall dropped a dime, for those of you who know that expression, to report the massive cleanup of a trash dump. Funny, prior to this, she didn't mind the tons of trash accumulated over decades. Driving by the blighted property for years, I always wondered why it wasn't put to better use. The Murphy's project is better use, meeting community needs, along with the tax base, developing infill, not new ground, restoring and maintaining a vibrant ecological area, and removing blight. As noted in the updated Heritage Tree Ordinance, Chapter 14 of Title 4, Section C, I believe it's item 1 and 2, regarding the trees, the proximity to existing or proposed structures. Proposed structures, or whether the requested action is necessary for the economically viable use of the property. Permitting clearly is in line with the city's policy. Laughable Frogger map, remember the video game from the 90s, is so unbelievable it's hard to imagine a professional came up with this. The latest reports suggest that the California red-legged frogs wait until traffic on San Pedro and Highway 1 is slow before crossing east to west. Regardless, no disruption will occur on roughly 40% of the rear of the property. If a full EIR is what's to take place, so be it. The Murphys should be applauded for their foresight to address both Pacifica's housing needs and adding appropriate commercial opportunity. Frivolous appeals will wreak havoc on our town when we don't show reasonable expectation, and builder's remedy takes local control out of our hands. The most recent biologist report by Sean Smallwood goes to unreasonable lengths, almost implying this is like paving Yosemite. The ecology and the project can peacefully coexist. This ain't rocket science. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Cindy.
Hello, Cindy Abbott. I'd like to thank the appellant. She brought expertise, composure, and courage to raise this issue earlier this year. I was glad to read the staff report and that it now, albeit a bit late, recognizes that environmental reuse should not be bypassed. I look forward to a robust review with a focus on the sensitive historic wetlands and the heritage trees on the property that also support the ecosystem that's there. When this project comes back, I hope that it also includes that 50-foot buffer and important environmental controls and protections, along with a conservation easement. I too think that a project can be there. It's probably the one that was proposed at the beginning at 9 units with appropriate commercial, which is what we really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Our next speaker is Frank Vella.
Hello, council and staff. Thanks for being here tonight. My name is Frank Vella. I'm a resident of Lindemar. I'm also director of San Mateo County Association of Realtors, yet I am speaking tonight for myself as a lifelong resident of Pacifica and not on any other's behalf. Since I'm also a realtor and work with both residential and commercial properties, I just want to emphasize I do not need this project for my business. There's plenty of business available. Fully support this project and see the need to keep it moving forward as promptly as possible. I have full faith in the experience and consideration that our planning commissioner's unanimous vote to also move this project forward without the need to do further environmental studies. This is another delay that those we have seen, like those that we've seen since the city's inception. Where were these objections when the project was being reviewed by the Planning Commission? Were there similar requests when the skate park or recently the overflow basin was proposed? Another environmental study would be done, besides tens of thousands of dollars spent and a delay of much needed housing and commercial space. What would we be accomplishing? This is an infill lot which has been basically abandoned for decades. The local owners who are proposing this project spent much time and money cleaning the property of garbage, waste, and toxic items that have been placed on the property for years. Pacifica has very limited commercial spaces. This would help with the need for commercial space. This project type is something that the city has recently proposed to be an important improvement to Pacifica's needs. We are all aware of the housing issue that we have. Why do we continually harass and attach any development that is reasonable? I believe that the time, energy, and funds spent by the person filing this complaint would be better served assisting wildlife conservation efforts that are readily available and in need. If this petition is granted, the entire project would be more expensive or result in higher costs for tenants and our buyers of the units. Just want to give support of this project, and a delay is going to further impact our housing needs and probably force the state to make us do housing that we don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Do we have anybody on the phone?
I have 3 raised hands. We'll begin with the caller ending in 3097 and then go into the caller ending in 8279.
Okay, 3097, if you could press *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Rainy Tan, architect over in Pacific Manor. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, hi, Remy.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to comment on this project. I found out a little bit about history. Actually, Iman Murphy was at our table, and we've known his wife Doreen for years over at the Palomar School. She's a wonderful teacher and is very active in the PTO. So found out more about this project, and also through Christine Bowles, who's very active and now our future city council member. And it's my understanding this property, I guess there was a deal between the city and the Murphys to sell some of the land from the community center so that there's a large enough parcel to put a decent amount of housing and commercial on this infill lot, which I think is a fabulous idea. It just seems like things weren't done quite correctly. I mean, if there are wetlands there, the city before selling the property should have had at least an EIR or something done to determine the extent of the wetlands scientifically determine, what is the required setback per the state regulations, and then from that point, it can be figured out how much land is developable and how much housing can be put on that, and then work out the best deal with a developer. And that should have actually gone through an RFP process. I don't know if it did or did not, but I think it's probably water under the bridge at this point, since the Murphys have been involved in this for, it's my understanding, at least 6 years. Looking at the permit number, and it seems like it's 8 for some other speakers. So it's really unfair to the Murphys that they've gotten this far, and then it's confusing about exactly where the wetlands and where the setbacks is. So I urge the city, now that I guess the Murphys and the city have agreed to do an EIR, to really expedite that EIR, because every day this project just sits vacant. It's an eyesore. A lot better than before, since the Murphys did spend a lot of money cleaning it up, but it's not adding to the housing, and it's costing them money to hold the property. So the city should make a real effort to expedite this EIR and get it done, and hopefully a lot faster than the typical 18 months that these things usually take. And it's not a very big project, so I don't see why that can't happen. So and in the future, I think
Thank you,
the city
Remy.
really needs
Thank
to
you so
do
much. Your
things,
time is up, Remy.
logically.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Remy. I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next we have 8279. We originally had 3 raised hands, so the third person has decided to lower their hand.
They lowered it.
Yeah, so we just have 8279.
Okay, 8279. If you could press star 6 to unmute.
Hi there, my name is Jody, and I am calling in full support of this project. I would like to voice my support and approval for this to be expedited, and I hope that you please do move it forward as fast as possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for calling. Anybody else?
Those are all the call-ins.
Okay, we have one more card from the room. Christine Bowles.
Good evening again. This is Christine Bowles. Sorry, I put my card in a little bit late. I do want to say that I did attend the Planning Commission meeting when this project came up, and I was actually quite surprised to see that the building construction edge was actually right at the wetland with no buffer at all. And I comment on that then because it's not just the construction, but you have your silt fences and so forth that go out beyond that. So the actual construction would have, gone into the wetland if it would have actually been built that far. And I actually suggested, because we had just gone through the general plan, that now that site is rezoned to go up to 5 stories, and I suggested to the developer that they might want to consider building taller and bringing the building in to provide a buffer. I remember from the Fish and Bowl project reviewing the buffers that the Coastal Commission requires from the wetland, and those are typically 150 to 300 feet. So I think what Margaret is suggesting now for 50 feet is actually very reasonable. I know this is not technically in the coastal zone, but obviously it's really close to our beaches, and there's a lot of waterfowl that go back and forth from there too. So anyway, I really support the decision to go back to require an EIR and to go back to the Planning Commission, because it's possible the EIR might show that we need a buffer and that therefore the project might change. So it's very appropriate for the Planning Commission to be taking that up again. I also noticed that there was a new letter from Brian Gaffney submitted later today that's in the public record, but that was not published as part of the agenda. And this was something else I brought up at the meeting. His letter doesn't refer to the exact zoning change, and perhaps Christian can comment on that. But basically right now, because this is a commercial zone, residential can only go over commercial. And so this project was requiring an exception to allow residential buildings without commercial below. And, you know, I'm okay with that if that's something the city wants to consider for this project, but I think that that's a bad precedent to set for all of that zoning everywhere in town, which is what was proposed as part of this project, because we absolutely need to protect our commercial properties because we need the tax revenue. And so I'd really encourage you to look carefully at Brian Gaffney's letter and consider those changes as well. And then just one other question. I've heard you all mention the Surplus Land Act, and I would really like to get clarification on what the process is by which the city has to go through to sell public land to a private. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 3 more call-ins. The first one is 4848, and then the second one is 8361. We'll start with 4848.
Okay, 4848, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, this is about item number 9. Thank you. If you could please mute any background sound, please.
Is this for 4848?
Yes, can you please mute any background sound? And then you can begin. Go for it.
Okay, this is Linda Jonas, and I just want to say I've been a Pacifica resident for 49 years, and I've known Aaron Murphy, and Mr. Murphy worked with me at Safeway at Pedro Point when he was 16 years old. I know the people who are proposing this proposal for the buildings there, and these are good Pacifica people who believe in the betterment of our city. I do believe that they will do everything they can that's good for both our city and their business. I don't believe that putting up a big bunch of blocks for something that's good for our city when we've been told we're supposed to provide X number of housing by a certain period of time. I don't say that I believe that it's agreeable to have to be told you have to have that many, but that's the way it is. That's the law. I really want to say I think we should move forward with this project. Aaron Murphy is an honorable, honest person, and he and his company will do good for our city by building this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
I have 8361 followed by 2331.
8361. If you could press *6 to unmute, and please remember to mute any background sound. Oh, did I say the wrong one? Is it 8361? Okay. 8361, if you'd like to share, could you please unmute, press *6.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. My name is Mario. I'm a resident of Pacifica in Manor, and I'm in full support of the Murphy project. And the one thing I'd like to do is that for people that are listening that may not know where the project is or what it entails, this is the property that is next to the community center and the skate park, and it's right across from the elementary school. And for years, that property has been a blight to the city of Pacifica. There was homeless people. There was a drug dealing going on in the house that was abandoned there, and the owners came in, cleaned up the entire property, tore the abandoned house down, put a fence up, and absolutely has a great project to build in Pacifica, and I'm in full support. So the fact that these guys are locals, grew up here, worked in town, have family, worked multiple generations here, and this project's being held up by some people who claim that they're environmentalists, who did nothing for 20 years while it sat as a dump. It's a shame. this should absolutely be pushed through. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Lastly, we have 2331.
2331. Press star 6 to unmute, and please mute any background sound.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Okay. My name is Olga, and I live in San Mateo County, and I'm in full support of the project at Crespi. I think that Pacifica needs more businesses, and especially more buildings and habitat for people. I'm in full support of it, and please try to get this built and make it go through fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more call-ins.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And then we will see if anyone wants to rebuttal. Does anybody need any time for rebuttal? I'm going to say no. Okay, so then we're going to bring it back and close the public hearing, bring it back to council. And then I just want to ask if there were any ex parte conversations before we start our deliberation. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have spoken with applicant and appellant prior to the meeting, although it was before the continuations.
Councilmember O'Neill.
I did speak with both applicant and the appellant, but not within the last month or so, previously.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I've spoken with both the applicant and the appellant, met with both of them, and it's been a little while since I met with the appellant. I did speak with the applicant more recently.
And I met with both also, but it's been quite some time. I spoke briefly at the housing meeting to Mr. Murphy.
I also met with both. It's been some time, so all the way around. Okay, council, let's talk about this. Anybody?
This project has been in the making for so long. I agree that it was blighted, it was awful, and it is so much better now. I walked the site myself. I didn't see wetlands when I was there. There was absolutely no water. It was dry as a bone. I would prefer if we could send this through, but I understand with the changes that there needs to be an EIR done, and so I will go along with the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appeals are pretty much always a painful process. It's their nature. And in this particular instance, it's personally relieving that things aren't more contentious than the comments we already heard, and that we don't have the elaborate deliberation that would normally follow. And that having been said, what I heard tonight from the public was that there are two, to my mind, rather distinct views that are informing the conversation that we are not having tonight. And I'm reminded again how painful otherwise this process may have been. And that having been said, I don't want to ignore the pain of 8 years trying to build an honest project, trying to do something good for the community. And so I just wanted to take a moment to commend the Murphys for taking this extra step, for stepping into more added pain to their project that's been going on almost a decade now, to make sure that the next time presumably Planning Commission gets to have this conversation again. Planning Commission gets to have every bit of information at their disposal, that conversation can go away from a place where otherwise it gets contentious and painful. And thank you for taking on that pain personally, so that hopefully we're stepping away from something else that would be far worse. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for choosing to go the route of an EIR in this instance.
Anyone else?
I echo those comments. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I look forward to hearing the Planning Commission's recommendations.
I'll just make a motion. Move to adopt the attached resolution to refer the subject project back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration following the preparation of environmental impact report as provided in PMC section 9-4.3208 B and 2.
I will second.
We'll do the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
That item passes unanimously.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break now. All right, everybody, let's come on back. We're going to come back to agenda item number 10, council call-up and consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's revocation of cannabis activity permit CAP 8-18 which authorizes the operation of a cannabis retail operation known as Seaweed Holistics. We have with us Bonnie O'Connor, and Christian Murdoch here to present.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, and City Council members. I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. The item before you is the City Council call-up and appeal of Planning Commission's revocation of Cannabis Activity Permit, CAP 2022-18, which authorized the adult use of medicinal cannabis retail operation at 450 Dondi Way, Suite 2, known as Seaweed Holistics. A brief background on this cannabis activity permit. In September 2019, the Planning Commission approved the CAP for Seaweed Holistics by adopting Resolution 2019-31. Approval of the permit included a number of conditions of approval, many of which were required to be met prior to commencement of operation. Seaweed Holistics indicated that 2 conditions of approval were infeasible to satisfy prior to commencement of operations. So in September 2020, the city and the Seaweed Holistics entered into a deferral agreement related to condition of approval number 9, which is the requirement to implement storefront window modifications to meet the Pacifica Municipal Code, and to modify condition of approval 18, which is the requirement to pay outstanding fees. That same month, Seaweed Holistics commenced operation. In February 2021, Planning Commission amended the cannabis activity permit to incorporate the conditions of the deferral agreement into the cannabis activity permit by adopting 2021-001. In August 2022, as part of the annual report for the operations, the Planning Commission found that the operation was not in compliance with the requirements of the Pacifica Municipal Code and the conditions of approval of the cannabis activity permit, and therefore constituted a public nuisance by adopting Resolution 2022-016. The Planning Commission also directed staff to schedule a public hearing within 60 days to consider suspension or revocation of the cannabis activity permit. In October 2022, Planning Commission reviewed the compliance status of the operation of Seaweed Holistics and considered the criteria for suspension or revocation, and voted to revoke the cannabis activity permit by adopting Resolution 2022-021. The Planning Commission found that the operation was out of compliance with conditions of approval 1, 5, 6, 9, and 18. City Council Member O'Neill called up the Planning Commission's action pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code, which does not require the council member to cite the basis for the call-up. Subsequently, Anna Leon Williams of Seaweed Holistics appealed the Planning Commission's action, citing 2 bases. The first, which is the appellant claim that there was a misapplication of the city storefront window glazing requirements, and the project's existing window glazing is compliant with the ordinance. The second basis being the appellant claim that and disputes the outstanding fees, claiming they are largely and inappropriately incurred by the city to address a non-issue. I will review these 2 bases and staff's response. In regards to the first basis, I will start by identifying the applicable provision in the Pacifica Municipal Code, which reads, "Windows and window coverings, storefronts, front facades of cannabis operations shall primarily be glass, with glass occupying at least 45% of the entire storefront and 60% of the horizontal length of the store. Window and door areas shall not be covered, tinted, or made opaque in any way, or obscured in any way by landscaping, floor displays, equipment, or the like." This objective window provision was included in the initial adoption of the Cannabis Public Safety License Ordinance that was adopted in 2017 to address the police department's concerns at the time that cannabis retail operations are largely a cash-based business and are a high potential target for robbery. This window provision was also in effect when the appellant submitted an application for a cannabis activity permit for this commercial space in 2018. The findings for the original cannabis activity permit found that the existing glazing along the storefront to be out of compliance with the Pacifica Municipal Code. While storefront is not defined in the Pacifica Municipal Code, staff recognized a reasonable interpretation of storefront to include only the first-story retail space along the front facade, as the second story is an employee-only office space, which is not typically located along a storefront. Staff also recognized that this interpretation would be beneficial to the appellant, as it would reduce the scale of window modifications that would be necessary to meet the Pacifica Municipal Code. Condition of Approval 9 was included in the original resolution approving the the use to require that the window modifications be made to bring the storefront glazing into compliance prior to the operation based on the first story dimensions. This finding or COA or condition of approval was not appealed by the appellant. In addition, during execution of the deferral agreement and the processing of the amendment of the cannabis activity permit to incorporate the deferral agreement to incorporate the deferral amendments to condition of approval 9, the appellant did not present any position that there was a misapplication of the city storefront window glazing ordinance or requirements, and no timely appeal was filed on Planning Commission's action. The appellant is only now claiming that the misapplication of the window provision. The appellant has presented that a portion of the first story storefront, represented in yellow, should not be counted as storefront because the stairs that lead to the second floor are not part of the customer area. However, the city understands that there is an ATM for customer use, represented by the red box, and a stairway landing area that is accessible to customers. Therefore, it is not accurate that this is an employee-only area. The appellant has claimed that the width of the perpendicular walls against the front facade should also be removed from the storefront area calculation. However, the code clarifies that storefront is to mean front facade of the cannabis operation. Therefore, staff believes it's appropriate to use measurements from the exterior side of the wall, which is what is commonly known as the front facade. Additionally, it is not staff's position that the subject window provisions allow for such specific consideration of the interior use of the building, as the provision is intended to provide a percentage of the glazing per the exterior facade. Additionally, this interpretation is not consistent with the manner that staff has used for the interpretation of the requirement in other cannabis operations. Staff recommends that the council deny this basis of the appeal. In relation to basis number 2, the appellant has claimed that the assessed fees are largely and inappropriately incurred by the city to address the window glazing which is a non-issue. As previously discussed, staff finds that Seaweed Holistic storefront remains out of compliance with the Pacifica Municipal Code and with condition of approval number 9 as revised by resolution 2021-001. In January 2020, the city informed the appellant that city costs had exceeded the initial deposit of $10,000 and that additional $4,000 was requested to cover the staff's processing time. The appellant requested and voluntarily entered a deferral agreement to delay the payment deadline for outstanding fees under condition of approval 18 to post-operation, and committed to pay fees associated with city costs to create and execute the deferral agreement and process the amendments to the cannabis activity permit. As mentioned earlier, the appellant did not present any position that this was a misapplication of the city's storefront window glazing ordinance or requirements, and no timely appeal was filed on Planning Commission's action. The city's cost to create and execute the deferral agreement and process the amendments to the cannabis activity permit were approximately $22,000. In total, $25,952.89 remains outstanding and overdue pursuant to condition of approval 18. This amount was amassed through staff's efforts, applied for, and at the request of the applicant. Therefore, staff recommends that council deny this basis for the appeal. In summary, staff continues to find that the operation is currently out of compliance with conditions of approval 1, 5, 6, 9, and 18. As already discussed, because the operation remains out of compliance with condition of approval 9, which is the window modification requirement, and condition of approval 18, which is the payment of outstanding fees, the operation is also not in compliance with condition of approval 1, which requires development to be substantially in accordance with approved plans modified by the conditions of approval. Condition of approval 5, which requires compliance with all conditions of approval and standards and regulations in Article 48 and applicable state law. And condition of approval 6, which requires the operation to refrain from creating a public nuisance. Pacifica Municipal Code, Section 9-4.480, sorry, 05, or 6, sorry, states that the Planning Commission may suspend or revoke the cannabis activity permit if any of the following are found to apply. I have bolded the criteria that this operation currently meets that justifies a suspension or revocation of the cannabis activity permit. As shown in the slide, the non-compliant status of Seaweed Holistics meets 4 criteria that justify suspension or revocation of the cannabis activity permit. Staff's recommendation includes the claims, or is summarized by that the claims of the appellant's appeal are unfounded and inaccurate, that the city has provided the appellant more than generous support, accommodations, and time to address these continuing compliance issues without receiving any notable response from the appellant. And staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's revocation of CIP 8-18 to be effective immediately. In addition to Planning Director Murdoch, Police Chief Stratton, and Police Captain Glasgow are present tonight to help answer any questions, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, before we ask any questions, did anyone have ex parte conversations with the appellant?
I have.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes.
I've had conversations with the owner, yes.
Okay. I have not. Okay, do we have any questions before we open up the public hearing?
Yes. What is the exact difference in the window? From what is required and what is there?
So, based on staff's calculations, the storefront area is needs an additional 15.4 square feet of window to meet the 45% glazing requirements. In addition, the storefront needs an additional 2 feet and 3 inches of horizontal window glazing to meet the 60% horizontal glazing requirement.
15 feet?
15.4 square feet.
Okay, well, I have another question while you're looking at that. Because this was a call-up, did there have to be an appeal? And so did they have to pay for the appeal? Even though it was a call-up?
Mayor Beer, we informed the owners that the item had been called up, and that the way it played out is they had come in and paid for appeal but not filed the paperwork. After paying, Councilmember O'Neill called it up. We informed them that it's been called up so that they don't need to appeal unless they want to have, the appellant designated time for the hearing at that, and that if they had decided to not appeal it, we would refund the money, and at that time they decided to go ahead and appeal.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to open up the public hearing and invite the appellant to speak for 10 minutes with the option to reserve up to 3 minutes for rebuttal. And who do we have with us here tonight?
Good evening, Mayor Beer and council members. My name is Patrick Goggin, representing Seaweed Holistics, yes. Okay. And we will reserve up to 3 minutes time, just in case we need it. Okay. I will try to be brief. We did submit an appellate brief last week. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to review it. And just so you know in advance, on deck with us this evening is Mr. Ron Grinderod, which will assist in the presentation to speak to the windows issue. So I hope you had some time to review the appeal brief. I'll highlight just a few main points in this presentation. For 5 years, Anna and Tony Williams have poured their savings, blood, sweat, and tears into Seaweed Holistics. During this time, Seaweed has integrated into Pacifica and its neighborhood as a stalwart in the community, as the only dispensary in town primarily serving folks over 50. Seaweed provides 7 living wage jobs and plays an important symbiotic role with its neighboring businesses, sharing customers and referring customers to each other. Possibly most significant, Seaweed is a substantial revenue generator for Pacifica, paying it over $100,000 in fees and taxes since its inception. Hearing this background, one might think Seaweed is on the agenda tonight for a commendation. But nothing could be further from that thought. Unfortunately, Seaweed is fighting for its survival. But how could this be? Have there been issues with security, theft, being an irresponsible neighbor? No. During its 5 years in operation, Seaweed has served only as a model cannabis dispensary, contributing significantly to the Pacifica community and its neighborhood. Instead, remarkably, planning has voted to revoke Seaweed's cannabis activity permit and license over an alleged minor and inconsequential technical violation of the cannabis ordinance's facade window rule. But when considering all the facts, there is no violation of this rule. And even if one could conclude that there is a technical violation, revocation of a land use entitlement for this reason, and for which over $500,000 has been invested, is unjustifiable and tantamount to a taking. It's actually shocking that planning would move to revoke Seaweed's license on this basis rather than taking alternative, less draconian actions available to it. We're here tonight imploring you, the City Council, to take a step back, view the issues holistically, and appropriately reverse planning's revocation vote and find that the spirit, if not the black letter reading of it, of the window rule, has been met, requiring no further action. Now, to speak to the facade issue and the exorbitant costs for coming into strict compliance with the rule, we'll hear from Mr. Ron Grindrod, Seaweed's landlord, developer of its business, former San Mateo Building Development Department inspector, and general building expert. Sarah, could you please put up the diagram?
I've been on this off and on for about 2 years. I was asked by Tony and Anna to work out some type of a solution for the window issue. I know some of you were shocked when you heard that there was 15 square feet short and 2 square feet in length short. If you got the extra 2 feet, you'd get most of the 15 square feet. So we need a bigger window. And that was my focus on a couple meetings with planning staff and one in August with the planning commission. And the idea is you make the window wider, you cut down the length of the shear walls which hold the building up. Earthquake codes have gotten more restrictive since that building was built, and end up having to come up with a different structural plan, which would be steel moment frame. So steel columns, steel beam, and a greatly beefed up concrete foundation. Messy job, very expensive. I think I quoted 2 years ago $75,000 to $100,000, probably significantly more now, for a very small benefit. And I argued this point every time I came before planning folks. And after they were kind of shut down in August, I was there at that virtual meeting, I thought about it for a few days, and I said, there's a solution that's right in front of our faces and nobody's thought about it, and that is if we contrast the exterior storefront with the interior sales front. You have about 20 feet interior, and stairway is not part of the business operations whatsoever, and it very easily be made an area in all respects that is not available to customers. If you take that area and the store and the interior storefront, you basically comply. It comes very close, and so that seems like an elegant solution and a reasonable solution. These folks can't afford the additional money it's going to take to comply with the strict requirements of the ordinance, and why staff can't look at the interior sales area frontage, 20 feet compared to the exterior front as 24. I think it's the area where they're doing business, and under that stairway is a storage closet. So truly, that's not part of the sales area. And my understanding is the police department wants to see what's going on in the sales area. That would greatly simplify things. The ordinance was conjured up and a well-meaning ordinance, but every bad effect that could occur to people wasn't considered. And this is an existing building, a building that, I'm out of time.
That's the end of the initial 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Grunrod.
I'd like to use one more minute right now and reserve the 2.
Thank you, Mr. Grunrod.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Ron.
would note that both Mr. Grindrod and the appellants did meet with the planning department several different times in advance of this issue being forwarded, and it's not true that they didn't meet and they didn't discuss this. But what we've heard is that there actually is no violation of the facade window rule. And even if there is, remedying it is cost prohibitive and a waste of resources relative to any additional security achieved. What planning is actually implementing is a strict liability standard. Under the law, this onerous standard is reserved for those who house wild animals or conduct hazardous activities, obviously none of which is present here. And regarding the $26,000 seaweed allegedly owes the city, this figure, as you heard, ballooned from just over $4,000 to the current amount principally because of the window issue. Seaweed proposes to pay the $4,000 as a reasonable compromise of the...
Did you want to extend?
I just want to finish my thought here. Thank you.
So I want to be clear on how much time then would be reserved for rebuttal. So, Madam Clerk, can you indicate at how much time is left for rebuttal?
How much time is left?
So right now, you're at 2 minutes for rebuttal, and it will count down from there. So I'll stop the timer when you stop and let you know how much is left for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
So in other words, you won't have a rebuttal if you run out of time. Is that understood?
Yeah, I understand.
Great, thanks.
Seaweed proposes to pay the $4,000 as a reasonable compromise of the outstanding fees issue. Should the council not choose to reverse planning's vote to revoke, it would devastate the Williamses financially, possibly even leave them and their daughter homeless. It would render 7 individuals unemployed and shutter a significant resource to Pacifica's seniors and interdependent neighboring businesses. It will also lead to litigation where there is nobody that's winning but lawyers. I have faith, however, that you will do the just, equitable, I've heard a lot about equity tonight, proper and humane thing, reverse the revocation vote, and get the city back to the middle path with an accommodation of the window issue if necessary. Reinstate Seaweed's good name and stop the bleeding. Reinstate the Seaweed success story, because indeed it is one that should be told far and wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Goggin, that leaves 1 minute left for rebuttal.
And then I'll ask you not to clap. Sorry. Okay. Do we have any questions from council before we go to public comment? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up public comment. We have several cards from the room. So if you're at home and would like to call in, please start that process now, and Sarah will put up all the information. In the meantime, we will call up Pamela Whiston, followed by Molly Mueller.
Members?
You pull the mic down. There you go.
Wow, after listening to all these other problems, how could the window be such a big deal? I'm like a little bit shocked. Anyway, I stand before you having a business here for 34 years. Successories has been located a few doors down from Seaweed. My past experience with them for 5 years has been nothing but positive and fruitful. Because of 2 reasons. The traffic that constantly comes in from the locals and the tourists. It helps Accessories grow to be successful on many levels. On a personal note, I had a knee operation in August of 2021, and with Anna's knowledge and very knowledgeable staff, the products they introduced me to led me to a quick healing process with very little pain. I personally know that that building that Mr. Grindrod built in 1989 was not in the rules where cannabis should be. It wasn't like legalized. He didn't know it was going to be a legal dispensary. And he didn't know the rules that had to be built for then. So I really feel that these mere inches and this change of this window, this place should be grandfathered in. You should grandfather the window in. There's no problem there. We've never had a problem there. We've never had police come out for any reason. So let Seaweed prevail to all of the people who frequently shop, not only to mention that the revenue that has been collected from Seaweed and perhaps has been fantastic. We're lucky to have such a diligent business. They get there at 9 in the morning and they don't leave till 8 at night. They have been prevailed over Rockaway Beach. They've been such an amazing neighbor, and we're lucky that we have really good, diligent workers like them to come in and keep our business great. So anyway, I highly recommend that you concentrate your efforts for doing signage, better signage to locate where we are located instead of trying to bring us down. Build up the little business in Pacifica. I was in the caboose for 16 years, and I had to beg to have signage on the freeway, and I got it, but then I moved. Anyway, I moved because I was robbed. That's why. My husband never let me walk back in that place. But Mr. Grindrod offered me a great place in Rockaway, and I came back, and I was very lucky to have neighbors like Tony and Anna at Seaweed. So I highly recommend that you let them pursue their business because we're lucky to have them. We need the medicine they bring in anyway. Anyway, so work on signage.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
We have Molly Mueller, followed by Lori Mueller. No clapping. No, please, no clapping, okay? I really appreciate it if you didn't clap. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Molly Mueller, and I live in Pacifica. I'm a customer of the store. I think this whole window thing is crazy.
Molly, can you move up your mic real quick? Thank you so much. I
Okay.
just want to make.
I think the whole window thing is a little bit, I mean, it's just really bizarre. I'm in support of Seaweed. I think what they do is wonderful. It takes a lot for me to come out on a night. You know, I don't usually come out at night. I don't even like to drive at night. But I did it because I support them, because this is so silly. There's so much stuff going on in the world, and all these guys are trying to do is make a good living, employ people. You want everybody to come to Pacifica and support the local businesses, and now you're trying to take it away. It just, to me, it just really didn't sit right with me. and it seemed really crazy. So, what else? Yeah, the whole little Rockaway, all the little shops and stuff there, Grape in the Fog and the Pamela's place and all the little places there. I mean, I'd rather go there, and Seaweed, rather go there and support them rather than anywhere else. So to shut them down doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lori Muller, followed by Christine Bowles.
My name is Lori Muller, and I am in support of Seaweed. They're a wonderful company. I've started going to that store right when they opened, before they even got their second license. And they provided the CBD products. And the owners are wonderful people. Their employees are terrific, and I felt very comfortable in that environment. And it's just like, to me, it's like going to a pharmacy and getting medicine. They really helped me with my anxiety problems, and I would like them to stay in business and not be shut down over a silly window requirement. And as far as the money that they supposedly owe, I feel that's a conflict of interest between the Planning Commission, who voted this, by the way, 3-2 when there's 7 members of the Planning Commission. I don't even think that's right, that only 3-2 could win the vote because there's 7 people on the commission. But I don't think them accruing these $250 per hour fines is legitimate at all. I think it's, and they weren't, didn't know about this. So I just hope that the City Council approves of Seaweed staying in business and lets them impact Pacifica in a very positive way and help everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Bowles, followed by Ella Woods. Sorry.
Hi, this is Christine Bowles again. I just met Anna for the first time today, walking into her store and measuring her windows and trying to see if there was some solution to this problem. I have a few different comments and questions. One, I think what went wrong here is having the window issue be approved as a condition of approval from the beginning, to allow that work to not be done as part of the permit, but to be done later on, because it did involve structural changes to the building, which are major, as the building owner described. It would require a big steel moment frame there. And I think if that had been clear at that time, then she could have made the decision as to whether, she would want to invest that money to stay in that space or maybe move somewhere else. But to allow her to move in, saying that this could be done later on, has kind of trapped her, if you will. Just trying to look at it from her perspective. The questions I have are some of the things I heard today, that the project is a nuisance. So how exactly is it a nuisance? Can we define that? The other thing I heard was, when this ordinance was written, the police department's concerns at the time were for the safety of cash businesses. So the question I have for our police is, has it been a concern? Would that little bit of extra window really make a difference in their ability to patrol and see what was going on? Have there been issues of safety and robbery? I'm kind of hearing that there haven't been. So if it's not really an issue, I think you do have it in your power to grant a variance to the laws, and I don't know if that's been presented to you as an option, but that's something you might want to consider. And then the other question about the ATM, if you're willing to perhaps consider not counting that floor area, except the ATM is an issue. Well, perhaps the ATM could be moved to another part of the store, and then that doesn't become a customer access area. So anyway, that's all. So hopefully we can find some way around it. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine. Ella Woods, followed by Peter Loeb.
I'm Dr. Ella Woods. I own Acupuncture Works, which is a traditional Chinese medicine practice that's actually on the opposite wall of Seaweed's back wall. So literally, if someone sneezes hard there, I can hear them. My patients can hear them. Good neighbors mean a lot to my practice, and I've not always had such good neighbors as Anna and Tony have been. I'm not a customer of theirs, but their store has been interesting for me because in treating pain and anxiety issues and actually many disorders, CBD and THC can have their role, and that's become more and more embraced and acknowledged throughout the Western medical world as well as complementary medicines. And yet it's a very exacting responsibility to help people find the right product for them. And frankly, Seaweed is the only cannabis dispensary in Pacifica that I'm comfortable referring to. So it really matters to me that they exist. They've been very, very clean and thorough and exacting in their processes all along, and have been an excellent neighbor from a business perspective, as well as just friendly, kind people. A couple of things I want to point out is that all of this narrowing down on what I really think one can only call a relatively minor regulation has happened in the midst of the pandemic. It really puts a different light on things. And I also want to point out that it's easy is that 3 minutes or I have 1 minute?
You have one more
left?
minute.
No, continue.
It's easy to sit and wonder why people don't respond more quickly or more fluently when issues come up. I've done many things in my life, but owning my own business is by far the toughest. I've negotiated million-dollar contracts for NASA. I've negotiated for contracts for Genentech. Nothing can compare with all-encompassing work that is required to establish and run your own business. I can easily see how I would be overwhelmed if the same sort of thing had been brought up to me while I'm seeing patients and trying to be sure that everything is run well. I just find myself thinking, how can it make sense to drive a small, successful local business out of business for an infraction that supposedly is for their own protection from potential robbery?
Thank you very much. Peter Loeb, followed by Xenia.
Peter Loeb, I wanted to say that if you stand outside and looking at the storefront of Seaweed Holistics, you can see very clearly that there's a very large window which you can see in, and the door is also glass. There is plenty of glass. It's easy to see in. I've heard this justification for the rule that it's about security and a concern about a cash business and robbery and so forth and so on, and that's why the window should be as large as it is, or the glass area. But that justification doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because across the street there's another cannabis business which you can only see by walking down a narrow pathway, down a sort of alley. You cannot see the business from the street. You can't even see it from the walkway. You have to turn at the end to look into their window. So if this rule, the reason for this rule is about being able to easily see into the business, it doesn't apply to that business. So that's clearly not a justification for this rule. It's not being applied in a reasonable way. You have, I know that Dinah Verby sent a letter earlier today, and she made several points. I know that one of them was, though, that she talked about implementing that rule on a case-by-case basis. That makes reasonable sense to me. You've heard a lot about the requirement of having to basically rebuild the building in order to meet the window requirement. To me, it's ridiculous, it's silly. This rule is being applied very strictly in a way that harms the business and doesn't solve a problem. Even if you could add that much glass space to that storefront, it won't make a damn bit of difference about how well you can see into the building. It's just nonsense. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. It's a waste of time. This is like bureaucratic hell. A rule is being applied so strictly and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any justification. There's no rationale for why the glass should be bigger than it is, when you have another business that doesn't even, of the same type, that you can't even see into. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Xenia, followed by Tony Williams. Oh, is Xenia still here or no? Okay, Tony, come on up. No?
Greetings, council members.
Hold on one second, Mr. Williams. Go ahead.
Want to identify whether he's speaking as the appellant or as
I'm
a
just speaking
member of
as
the
an
public?
individual.
Very well. Go right ahead.
Greetings, council members. For those who don't know me, I'm Tony Williams. Anna and I have been in business in Pacifica for almost 10 years. We created Seaweed Holistics to offer a cannabis option to those over 50. Several years ago, I discovered that I had epilepsy and that cannabis could help me manage my seizures. Unfortunately, it was hard to find somewhere that really focused on helping educate and understand cannabis, which is what most of us over 50 need. That's when Anna and I decided to open Seaweed. On December 2017, at the Rockaway Beach annual tree lighting event, I stood outside our store at the time with Police Chief Dan Steidel and shared with him our plans to open a prototype dispensary in Pacifica. 3 years later, we've become one of less than 10% minority cannabis business owners in California. We paid over $100,000 in taxes and fees to the city of Pacifica. We paid over $250,000 in employee salaries. We pay more tax than 2/3 of the small businesses in Pacifica. We're current on taxes and fees. We've had 2 safety and security inspections from both the state and the city. We just completed a 2-year probationary permit with no issues whatsoever. We're members of the Pacific Beach Coalition, helping keep and maintain the streets and parking lots of Rockaway Beach. We're supporters of PRC, members of Chamber of Commerce, also members of the National Cannabis Industry Association and Council for Federal Cannabis Regulations. Also, we offer cannabis reintroduction classes to seniors, which we've tried to coordinate with the Senior Community Center and offering them through the city, but we're unable to. And let's see, in business for years, involved with the community, good relationships with the neighborhood and police, no safety or security issues, solid reputation in the community, providing needed service, current on taxes and fees. Not bad for a small business during a pandemic. sounds like the kind of business I'd like to have in my city. Most people don't understand the difficulty operating a cannabis business on a daily basis, let alone through a pandemic. Please don't allow panic to close us over the misinterpretation of some numbers. All the building diagrams that are being referenced were drawn by Mr. Grinrod, my landlord, retired San Mateo County building inspector, and the builder and developer of the Rockaway Beach Plaza property. If anyone is going to know the property, I would think it would be the developer and the builder.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
City gain from closing.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you. All right, do we have anyone on the phone?
I have one person on the phone. It's the caller ending in 3097.
3097, you can press *6 to unmute.
Hello, it's Ramey Tan, architect over in Pacific Manor, Edgemar again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Remy.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment on this because I've been watching this proceeding here, and it seems like it's a really frustrating thing for that business owner who's been there. I know their neighbor Pam for many years, and she's a great business owner, and all these business owners are struggling, you know, with the pandemic and inflation and all of this. And, you know, I just don't understand why the city is just making it so difficult. This window thing is something, as Ms. Bowles said, could have been taken, you know, staff could have made a simple recommendation to do a variance, and that variance would have been just rolled into the, you know, the conditional use permit, and if it cost them any time in the initial permit. So, you know, I don't know why that wasn't done, and this problem would have gone away. I think the suggestions of moving the ATM out and making that little area a non-public area seems to solve the problem without doing extensive structural work on the building, which is, you know, that's going to cost more than $150,000 now. I do work for a structural engineer, so I know how much that stuff costs. So, I mean, that's totally unreasonable. And usually, most planning and building departments give an exception for hardship. You know, if you have to redo a major structural or something like that. So, you know, this one should be an automatic variance granting. Plus, the business has been in there already about, you know, 3-4 years already, and I mean, it's just ridiculous that, you know, going back on this. It's kind of playing the same thing, you know, that they're doing to the Murphys on the other one. And it's frustrating because I think the city planning department and the city planning commission and city council need to focus on the stuff that really matters in the city, like the housing element, and that housing element should be expedited because otherwise the city's going to lose money. It's not done by the 31st of January. So, you know, fooling around in this Mickey Mouse stuff is absolutely ridiculous when the city's going to lose millions of dollars. And, you know, I think it is a taking. I agree with the lawyer of this couple in this business that, you know, the city does not, you know, decides to enforce this strictly. There's probably going to face a very expensive lawsuit, and we don't need another one after the whole thing with the, you know, the parking permits. So, you know, let's kind of think clearly. You know, heard the public testimony and you know, just, you know, grant these guys the variances and just move on. And I think that $22,000, that's usurious.
Thank you,
Absolutely
Remy. We
usurious.
appreciate you.
$4,000.
Thank you,
Come on,
Remy. Your
guys.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Remy.
Thank you.
Is there any other callers?
We also have another caller who just joined in. It's the caller ending in 9887.
9887. You can press *6 to unmute, and please mute any background sound.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
How you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please state your name.
My name is Tony. white.
Okay, go right ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I'm a local, I'm an employee of a local dispensary in the area, and I've been on some of the city council meetings as well, listening in. I'm just calling because I just kind of want to state out some facts that I've been hearing over the time, just in regards to them having an ample amount of chances and time to rectify the situation with the planning commission. Obviously, they opened up when the construction wasn't finished or wasn't done. Just wondering on that. I've also heard they opened up another store, seaweed gifts and stuff. Just kind of wondering how you're able to open up a store if you still have debt to pay for the city. And also too, I'm hearing a lot of customers coming on, kind of advocating for them. So it seems like they have a good amount of business. So I don't think they lack that as well, which should be in sufficient reasoning for them to be able to pay their fees. Just based upon some of the issues that I've seen as far as like some of the other dispensaries in the area having to pay all their dues and get the construction build out before even opening, myself, it was almost to the point where I didn't have a job because it was taking so long for one of the dispensaries to open, and seeing how much money they put into it. I just don't understand how, with all the amount of times and amount of chances and different planning meetings they've gotten, they weren't able to get that done and still be able to be open. Also too, just with the amount of dispensaries in the area too, that I think we're sufficient enough with the amount that we have down here too. So just speaking on my behalf of an employee from a local business, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further call-ins.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. Yes. Public hearing.
Madam Mayor, we have 1 minute remaining on the appellant's rebuttal.
Thank you. It's time for your 1 minute remaining.
Well, actually, there's not much to rebut. The last comment that was in opposition was a self-interested statement looking for own future more gainful employment at another dispensary. Of those in the audience who didn't have an opportunity to speak tonight, can I see the hands of all the supporters of the appeal?
Yes.
And do I see any opposition to overturning the appeal?
Madam Mayor, that's inappropriate.
Okay.
So the comments need to be addressed to the council.
So, no, actually, council, I just did that to show, we wanted to save some time here, just to show people who were here, who took 3 hours out of their night to show up in support, that they're here in support. They're not all testifying to save the time. Finally, the variance can be granted. That was brought up in the appeal brief, and the ATM itself actually extends just about beyond the stairway, so it's not in the stairway. It can be moved, though. That's a good solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
Mayor Beer?
Yes.
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted the council to know that since there were significant comments tonight about how the window requirement in the ordinance approved by the City Council seems silly or arbitrary, that the police department representatives are here tonight, Chief Stratton, Captain Glasgow, and they can speak to the public safety aspects of the window requirement now or whenever the council may prefer during discussion.
Thank you.
Mayor Beer, I would also ask for an opportunity to
Who's talking to me?
provide some responses to the points raised by the
go right
appellant.
ahead, Christian.
Thank you, Mayor. First, the appellant's representative described the window issue as a minor technical violation. In actuality, it's a Pacifica Municipal Code requirement for operation of a cannabis retail operation, one imposed by condition of approval as well, and agreed to by contract by the appellant. With respect to the window, it was also claimed the city's pursuing a policy of strict compliance. I will note, however, that we're not talking about a matter of a couple of inches. We're talking about a 21.7% deficiency in terms of the window area and 18.8% deficiency in the window width. Those are sizable differences in staff's opinion and are beyond a claim of strict compliance in this instance. There was also a statement made that the city should have considered less draconian methods short of a revocation. I would claim that the city has, in fact, been extremely patient and provided a number of opportunities for this appellant to come into compliance, including a deferral of conditions of approval that were supposed to be completed prior to operation and that all other operating cannabis operators completed prior to operation. The city's given an extensive period of time to this particular operator to come into compliance, which it has not. That other options that are less than draconian have also included entering into a deferral agreement that provided them significant additional time to come into compliance, including payment of fees, which is also outstanding in addition to the window. Furthermore, there's a claim that the window modifications are cost prohibitive. We've received, a single estimate in this instance from the interested property owner as to the estimated costs, which I'm not here to dispute. But what I will tell you is all 4 other operating cannabis retail operations have either selected sites that could comply in their existing form or undertaken costly renovations themselves to bring them into compliance with this window storefront requirement, including the Bloom Room at 1726 Palmetto with an estimated building permit valuation of $200,000, Coastside Cannabis at 450 Old County Road with an estimated cost of $60,000, and Greenhaven at 403 Dundee with an estimated cost of $100,000, which is evidence that these types of businesses as a class do have the financial means to undertake these costly improvements. And so there's not on its face a cost prohibitive factor to this requirement. Lastly, these regulations were adopted in advance of any applications being received by the city. And so these were known in advance to this applicant and all others as an applicable requirement for a cannabis retail operation. And nevertheless, the applicant submitted the application, processed the application, accepted the conditions of approval, did not appeal the conditions of approval, and on more than one occasion since initial approval, requested the city to amend its application and enter into a deferral agreement. So there's ample evidence that these application requirements and standards were known by this applicant. And forgive me, that wasn't my last point. Lastly, it's also been mentioned that a variance should be considered. It's staff's opinion that a variance is not a remedy that's available in this instance, given this is not a zoning standard. It's a cannabis public safety license standard outside of the city's zoning regulations. And therefore, we do not believe that that's a form of relief that the city council could consider in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the commenters made a statement about allowing the business owner to move in. When the permit was applied for, weren't they already residing in that space? I'm just trying to remember.
Yes, my recollection is that a non-cannabis business was operated in this location, I think selling vintage clothing perhaps, some sort of non-cannabis retail activity.
Same business owner?
To my knowledge, at least one of the operators of that business was also the appellant in this instance.
Okay. There was a question about why this is considered to be a nuisance, and I took the questioner to be implying that the generally understood meaning of nuisance, this doesn't seem to be such a case, but I think in this instance we're talking about a specific legal definition of nuisance, so if you'd be so kind as to give us that legal definition so that we all understand the same legal definition.
Of course. So I think we are familiar with various forms of nuisances, including piles of garbage on a property and so forth. In this case, in enacting the cannabis regulations for the city of Pacifica, the City Council determined a number of different operating criteria that were requirements for cannabis operations, including, among others, the storefront window requirements. And the City Council, in considering those regulations in the totality, said, if any cannabis operation fails to comply with these minimum operating requirements of the Pacifica Municipal Code, or fails to comply with the condition of approval imposed on an approved application, the failure to meet those requirements itself constitutes a public nuisance, which makes sense when the council considers that these requirements were put in place to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, which is the purpose for this entire regulatory scheme. And so with that in mind, the failure to comply with one or multiple of those requirements, the city council determined that that was appropriate as a matter of law to constitute a public nuisance.
Thank you for that. And my final...
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can just add, there is a specific site under 9-4.4807 that identifies what Christian just said, Planning Director Murdoch just said about a violation constituting a public nuisance, among other areas within the municipal code that identifies that same standard.
Thank you.
Again, just to understand, there is a very specific standard in code. My final question before I'll turn it over to the rest of council, and actually dovetailing off of what a city manager was suggesting in the beginning, and if public safety could comment, or whoever the pertinent staff member would be, why is the window such a big deal?
It looks as though Captain Bill Glasgow from the Pacifica Police Department will be coming up to answer that question.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Captain Bill Glasgow with your police department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As it relates to your specific question, Mayor, is Chief Steidel 3 years ago, actually more than 5 years ago, embarked on a tremendous journey of bringing a cannabis program to the city of Pacifica. He worked hard providing council and staff with recommendations, and part of the window which we're discussing today came up with, developed a size for public safety. And given the great deal of money that exchanges, cash, the type of product that's on hand, the potential for various acts to be committed in these establishments, presented those requirements to council. And these requirements are not only just for the business owners, it's for patrons who come into the business, it's for our officers who are not just driving by, but heaven forbid an incident occur where we have to respond to one of these businesses and we are unable to visually look into, see, plan, tactfully, safely respond to any incidents that's taking place. And what's difficult about this location, as I've stated in 2 prior planning commission where I was posed the same question, is that business is very unique in which it has an elevated platform. It has a second story, which brings an additional challenge to law enforcement if responding to an incident at that location. Unlike other businesses in town where there's not an elevated stance where potentially some other distractions or some other things that we may encounter while responding to an emergency. So those are a lot of the same things in which Chief Steidel recommended, and actually just spoke with Chief Steidel this morning prior to coming here today. The police department still stands by our comments that we've made in Planning Commission as to support the current requirements of those window sizes, and we still and we will always support that. It's a matter of public safety. There was a question as to the difference, if I may just add, the difference between another establishment that's just right across the parking lot. Yes, it is unique. It is a business in which we cannot readily available see while an officer is on routine patrol. But it goes to show that that window is still in compliance of the requirements that's set forth in our code. And again, it's the response. That business is unique in itself as well because you have an alleyway and you have a street alleyway. At least that business has 2 distinct avenues of a police response in 2 separate locations in which that window is large enough to see should something be going down and or plan a safe response to, heaven forbid, something happen to an incident in one of those businesses. So all of those are encompasses in our stance as far as that window.
So, two follow-up questions, and staying on the topic of that other business for a moment. What I just heard you say is, within the context of that other business, alleyway notwithstanding, that window absolutely, from a public safety perspective, does what it's supposed to be doing, which makes your job more likely to succeed.
As does the other cannabis retail businesses in town, yes.
And so as we get to contemplate this tonight, in your professional opinion, would your job be potentially be made more likely if Seaweed's window was in compliance?
It needs to be into compliance. Safe response as outlined.
Do you believe it would make it safer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or, no.
Think so? Councilmember O'Neill?
Okay, I asked to have this brought up and called it up, as we call it here at the council, for a couple of reasons that were mentioned, okay? But I want to first preface, I've been on council 10 years, and I have the utmost respect for our staff in planning and the respect of police and fire and public works and all of them, okay? But I have a difference of opinion in that driving past all the other businesses that are cannabis sellers, you can see in the window, and you can see in the window here, and I just disagree that the one in the alley, you cannot, in order for a police officer to look at inside that at night for the potential burglar or whatever, you have to get out of the car, walk directly in front of the window to look in. Here, you can drive by and see the inside of it. And so I just feel that this business is being treated differently than another business, and I'm looking at what is the intent of our ordinance and our law, and our intent is for the police to see into the business, and I feel the other one on the alleyway, that intent is not met, even though they have a big window. The house could be full of glass and you could see in it, okay? But I just don't feel that. Second, one of the questions I was gonna ask, and it was addressed when staff talked, was why wasn't there a variance approach with the planning commission? But that's because you said it's in the municipal code and not a planning code, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember O'Neill. This is, both the zoning provisions and these cannabis public safety license provisions are in the municipal code. The issue is that variance is a mechanism for relief from zoning standards. This particular set of regulations in the cannabis public safety license portion of the municipal code does not have such a mechanism for deviations from the required standards.
Okay, so then city attorney, I trust what you say, Christian, I do. But so when we have a municipal code, we cannot have a variance on a municipal code?
Correct. Director Murdoch is correct. That the variance is a process by which you can seek relief from a zoning standard. This is not a zoning standard.
Okay. That's the first time I think we've ever had a municipal code get in the way of a variance. I've done many planning ones, but I didn't know that. So anyhow, I just brought this up because I just felt this business being held to a higher standard in terms of the intent of the law. And that's my thoughts on it. That's all.
Does this business have 24-hour cameras available so that the police department can see what's going on inside of this business 24 hours?
I would look for confirmation from Captain Glasgow, but my understanding is it does, and that is an alternative accommodation that the city agreed to in lieu of the window modification on a temporary basis to provide some offsetting visual access into the space. That arrangement was not intended to be a permanent accommodation, and seek confirmation from Captain Glasgow, but that's not a direct replacement for instantaneous direct line of sight into the space for the purposes Captain Glasgow described for an immediate public health and safety response.
do all of the other businesses have that 24-hour camera access?
I believe most, if not all, have surveillance cameras. I'm not aware that the city has access to those cameras. I should say on an instantaneous basis, 24/7 live. The city does have the opportunity to request footage as part of an investigation, for example, as required by the code.
Okay. He was going to answer.
Did you want to say something, Captain?
Director Murdoch to answer the questions, unless there's something specific.
No, I guess I got the answer. I thought you were going to add something to it.
No need to.
Okay.
So does the city have access for instantaneous monitoring?
We currently do with that establishment.
Okay, but none of the others?
None of the others.
Right, okay.
And you said temporary basis, so what does that mean?
It was intended as an accommodation when this particular operator identified they needed additional time to complete the storefront window modifications. And at that time, in consultation with the police chief at that time, I assisted with creating that alternative 24/7 camera access to provide some alternative police visual access in lieu of the complete compliant storefront.
Okay, and I think what I meant was like, was there a date where this ended?
It was supposed to have ended some time ago, Mayor. However, the operator has not complied with the conditions of approval and the deferral agreement to complete these storefront window modifications. So I would say probably a year to a year and a half, if not longer. This should have been completed and the access no longer required by the city.
Okay, thank you. Go for it.
Well, you haven't heard from me on this issue, and I had no ex parte communication with the applicant, I guess is the right term, the business owner. And I've been reading all of the documents and looking at the situation from lots of different perspectives. One of the lenses through which I look at this is the economic development lens. And I ask myself, what is the purpose of having cannabis businesses in town anyway? Why did Pacifica decide to put this forward to our citizens, to ask our citizens, are we interested in having adult use cannabis retail operations in our town? And the answer to that was yes. And it was a very lengthy and arduous process for staff to create, as we heard from Captain Glasgow on the part of the chief, the former chief. Our planning department went through months, years of development of these standards and really invented it for the first time. Pacifica was a leader. We've been a leader in a lot of ways, and sometimes it's not the best to be a leader in this regard. I think a number of cities in our county stood back and watched to see, well, how are they going to do it? What are they going to do? And so what I believe we are experiencing right now is part of the growing pains of really implementing and living with what we created. So that's my kind of big overview. I also want to say that I think there are people of goodwill on all sides of this issue. I feel as though some of the comments I heard tonight and some of the comments I received in public through email on this matter have been very oppositional. And I want to acknowledge and respect our staff. They do what we ask them to do. And they don't go rogue and make this stuff up. They do what we ask. They put it before the decision-making body, which then makes a decision. And when we have the intersection of the kind of challenge we're facing tonight is when we have to do hard work to figure out, how do we handle this now? So it's not easy. I'm sure you appreciate that. I think that our staff report delineates two specific issues for us tonight. One is the window issue, the other is the money issue. And so I think I'd like to propose to the council if we could maybe come up with a way to work on one of those issues specifically, and I don't care which one, maybe because they're intertwined, it's sort of moot to try to do that, or unrealistic. But it seems like the big one, the big one, is the window. I feel like the money can be figured out. Am I wrong? You may not agree with me. So, on that note, it seems as though we've heard a few different possibilities around measure the wall differently, measure the stairwell doesn't really count, or it does count, or it counts because the ATM is there, but then I've heard the ATM could be moved. And I think the fundamental question I have for our co-counsel is, even though a variance isn't the right thing, I'll ask our city attorney to help us know what the right thing, what the method might be, what is available to the council tonight. And I think co-council members asked questions in advance of tonight's meeting that did shed some light on this. I didn't ask those questions. So if someone knows what I'm talking about, Mayor?
No, I was going to bring that up too.
Okay.
I know the question that you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me because I
Right.
didn't ask it, but I do know the one that you're talking about.
Right. So I guess what I'm looking for is some guidance from our city attorney and our city manager around what remedies are available, and planning staff, anybody, feel free to shed some light for us on what our options are.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to, you know, we've had this ordinance in place for so long. I know we're not talking about the ordinance tonight, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. We've had it in place for so long, and there comes a point in time where you have to review it to see how things are going, and you know, if it is still matching up to what needs to happen for everything to work well. So I'm wondering if it could be an option for us at some time in the future to actually, you know, revisit the ordinance. Something like that was one of the questions, right? You know the question?
In
Who asked
Sacramento,
the
they call it a
question?
cleanup bill.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, and I think our Airbnb and this one are both ripe for cleanup.
So, correct. We have not agendized an item tonight to amend the municipal code. So, you're correct. That's not sort of before the council this evening. The council could certainly give direction to, in the future, bring back an item addressing potential revisions to the code. And that, of course, is dependent on staff timing and other priorities and other issues, and in terms of when that comes back to the council. But for purposes of tonight, the council is looking at the code that is in place now, and based on that code requirement, whether the council would like to consider the options that it has on an appeal, whether it wants to accept the Planning Commission determination, modify it, or deny it.
Okay. And I can already see your wheels turning. City Manager Woodhouse, like, if we were going to take something on, we would have to discuss that at goal setting, something that big as reviewing the ordinance. That would be what you would say, right?
Yes, correct. As with any ordinance revision, as separated from the decision about this case, but again, as the city attorney said, what's before you is a decision about this case. So a revision to the ordinance in a future time doesn't help this right now.
Got it.
So it is just us either denying or approving the decision of the Planning Commission, which is ahead of us now, which could convey the intent of the council for it to happen, whether or not it's a nuisance, correct? Because the motion from the Planning Commission said the business is a nuisance, and we're going to either approve or deny that.
So As indicated in the staff report, the council can approve, deny, or modify the Planning Commission's decision based on PMC Section 9-4.3208. The Planning Commission did identify 2 primary conditions of approval that were not in compliance. And as indicated in staff's presentation, there are some other conditions of approval, 1, 5,
And 6.
and 6, that sort of fall behind 9 and 18. Because they're not in compliance with those, then they're also in violation of conditions 1, 5, and 6. And I would just reiterate that while we have a typical idea of what a nuisance is, the council has decided that any violations of conditions of approval or the code are a public nuisance. So it's not that there's blight on the property or that things are falling apart on the property. It's that there is something that the applicant or the permittee is not complying with that causes it to be a public nuisance.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I quite agree with Councilmember Beckmeyer that we're looking at 2 specific issues. I do think we can separate them out from one another and then tackle them individually. I think that if we're beginning with the window discussion, 2 things that occur to me is, 1, we have the option of, I suppose, reinterpreting how we're looking at whether or not they're in compliance with the window compared to how we've been interpreting it with other businesses. Or we could be giving direction to staff to later come back with, to have a discussion with us about how we want to amend that ordinance because we've discovered, maybe this needs to be tweaked, in which case I look to staff to tell us how we can send this back so that later we can have that discussion about that ordinance and so that it doesn't immediately affect this business, which is suffering the consequences of a part of our ordinance that we are thinking we're going to want to reconfigure. And then after that, we can talk about money.
So thank you for that. Well said again, Mayor Pro Tem, because that's what I meant.
And I think there are solutions. If you move the ATM machine, you're counting a different frontage of the building than you were. We could mandate that the 24-hour cameras be continued in perpetuity so that there is always access to the property. Whether you can see in from the street or not is another issue. I don't know whether you can see in from the street on a regular basis. So I don't know that that's a possibility, even if it were larger windows. That just the way that the buildings are situated, you cannot see in the windows most of the time. So the camera would probably be the most ideal situation because at least you can see all the time.
I wanted to, pardon me, Mayor Beer, I wanted to just chime in here before council discusses further down the road of sort of reinterpretation of the ordinance, and Director Murdoch can clarify as well. In staff's opinion, the ordinance is very clear about what a facade is and what the window area of that facade needs to be. So there's been creative ideas thrown out, but implementing those ideas would, from staff's perspective, require revising the ordinance to allow that flexibility.
That's correct, Mayor Beer. As City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, really discussion of the interior misses the plain language of the requirement as it's written today, and really an amendment to that would be the more appropriate approach. And Mayor Beer, while I'm speaking, if you'd give me the opportunity, I need to clarify one portion of my prior statement with respect to the 24/7 camera access. So while the statements about it's not a direct substitute for the window modification and so forth remains correct, that requirement was imposed for reasons not directly related to the storefront window. And so it was not directly intended to be a substitute. It was intended at the time to address other concerns related to the application at that time.
Okay,
But
thank you.
also was intended to be a temporary measure, not a permanent measure.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm hearing that it might be more advantageous to send this off to be reconsidered in terms of the ordinance itself. If we were to, I'm going to stick with the term reinterpret, I would definitely want to hear from public safety, because while I'm completely okay moving the ATM, from a officer's perspective, I'm not sure what it means that that stairwell can't necessarily be seen. And I mean that sincerely. I would want public safety input before signing off on a reinterpretation tonight. Perfectly comfortable figuring out the proper way to tweak the ordinance if we're in consensus that there's probably a better way this ordinance can be written, and then do things in such a fashion that that part of the issue doesn't immediately and directly affect this business.
Okay. And so when I was thinking about, you had mentioned that you thought the big thing was the window and that the money could be resolved, and I was thinking in my head is the other way around, that we might want to address the money as well, and that the window we could look at later. So that's interesting how we can see it differently. But we are talking about the window first. Did we agree to do that?
I think we need to talk about the window first, because that is what's kind of been declared the nuisance.
Yeah.
And if you want to stay and the business to stay open, that needs to be dealt with.
Yes.
So I will make a motion, okay? Move to adopt the attached resolution. Tell me if I can do this. Move to adopt the attached resolution to uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's revocation of cannabis activity permit cap 8-18, file numbers 2018-29 and 2020, which authorizes operation of a cannabis retail operation known as Seaweed Holistics at 450 Dundee Way, Suite 2, and finding that the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act by adopting the resolution included as attachment A. Is that?
Wait, no, because you're
So-
not including the resolution.
We can talk.
Right.
No, but I changed the word in our recommended action. Yeah, I changed deny to uphold the appeal, and I changed uphold to deny the.
Right, so I understand that, Councilmember O'Neill, you want to uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's revocation. There is, the resolution that is included in the package is supporting staff's recommendation, which is to deny the appeal. So there is no resolution in the package tonight that
Okay.
does what your motion seeks to do.
Okay.
And we would, in fact, I think, need to develop the sufficient evidence to support such a resolution. And at this time, I don't know if we have that evidence related to the facts of the storefront relative to the municipal code requirement. There may be other alternatives that we can discuss that achieve a similar purpose, to not immediately result in a revocation, but to sort of give one last chance with respect to paying the outstanding fees and potentially having the city council have an opportunity to amend the ordinance before finality of the revocation.
If I may, to Director Murdoch's comment, one of the options for the council to consider would be to deny the appeal and uphold the revocation, and then add conditions that need to be met within a certain time period. If they were not met, then the revocation goes into place. So for example, just throwing out there, one of the conditions could be that the fees due to the city are paid within 30 days. If that's not met, then it's revoked. Another option would be that, as we mentioned, in order to adjust or reinterpret the window size requirement in code would require an ordinance revision.
Mm-hmm.
So another condition could be that the city pursue an ordinance revision to allow that, and if that passes through Planning Commission and the council, and give it a time period, say 120 days or so, because that would take, we need to talk about what are the priority ordinances that city staff have to work on.
Mm-hmm.
But if that, condition were then met, basically you're revising the ordinance to allow this window to exist the way it is, despite all the other cannabis businesses already having made those revisions to meet requirements of the ordinance. But then that would allow the permit to not be revoked.
I was wondering if we wanted to do just a straw vote to see what the majority of council, what the intent of the majority of the council is, so maybe we don't spend 20 minutes on a motion that might fail. You know what I mean? So.
Do you have to rescind your
I'll
motion?
rescind it, yeah.
There was no second.
There was no second.
It dies for lack of a second anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would maybe urge we do just a straw vote to see what's the intent of council before we spend a lot of time doing what was suggested.
So I definitely think there needs to be something in place to pay the fees. I definitely don't think it's 30 days. But something in place so that they can show good faith and pay back some of the fees. And then I'm willing to, gosh, I just can't morally revoke a license for this reason. And so I'm having a really hard time, even with that word, the revocation. I think we need to do everything we can so that they're able to have one last chance to make some payments and then give us an opportunity to look to review the ordinance. And in the future, obviously, it's not going to happen right away, so we're going to need time.
I'm very supportive of keeping the business open. However, the fees, I'm willing to listen to my fellow council members, but I would say that if we leave the business open and we figure out a payment schedule, that there is a provision if they do not pay, no more extensions, no, we're going to be nice now, it is. They pay or the business license is revoked, because this has been going on for years, and it's kind of either time to do it or get off the pot,
And so, Councilmember O'Neill, to that point, City Manager Woodhouse's recommendation would meet your need, because what he's recommending is that the council proceed with the revocation, but condition it to be a date in the future, say 120 days, unless the applicant meets the following conditions. 1, payment of fees within 30 days or within 60 days, whatever the council feels is appropriate, keeping in mind that these fees were supposed to be paid back in February of 2021. So fees, that the conditions of approval would need to be amended. The ordinance would need to be amended, and the conditions of approval would need to be amended consistent with the revisions to the ordinance. Additionally, the applicant/appellant would need to amend the deferral agreement, because that would be inconsistent with any changes to the conditions of approval. So we would also need to amend the deferral agreement. So the council could revoke the permit within a specified period of time and subject to specific conditions that the council.
Could we have a resolution of revoking the revocation and direct staff to come back with the correct motion for payments, resolutions, everything? Because we are kind of doing things at basically 11 o'clock on a Monday night. You know what I mean? And everybody's...
Thanks for pointing out the time.
Yes, yes.
I hadn't realized it. So that, the revisions that City Manager Woodhouse is talking about to the resolution, we could make that tonight. So
Okay.
we have the resolution in the package for revocation. It would just be a matter of adding language specifying the effective date of the revocation if the appellant/applicant doesn't comply with
Okay.
I hate that word.
What, revocation?
Yes. We're going to revoke something.
We're revoking a revocation.
We're revoking the revocation. So
Yeah.
why are we saying that we're going to continue with the revocation? I think we should do away with that, continue the business, let them continue, not automatically revoke, and set up the payment schedule with an automatic revocation, but not revoke the business now.
So
That's
if
what
I
he wants
could, if
to
I could
do.
clarify, you're not revoking the business permit now. It's setting at a date in the future certain when that revocation would happen if the certain conditions the council established weren't met.
Right.
And so said another way, if the council were to undertake what City Manager Woodhouse has outlined, tomorrow and the next day and the next day, business as usual, this business would remain open. There would be no immediate sanction, except that at whatever stated date in the future, this revocation will take effect unless the specified conditions have been achieved.
I'm okay with that.
Sue?
Can I make a motion, we extend the meeting? It's 10:50.
I'll second that.
Second that. I'll extend the meeting to,
We have two other things, by the way.
so 11:45?
12?
12.
12? All right, 12. I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 12 midnight.
Second.
Under council rules, we need to make a motion if we're going to extend our meeting, and we need to do that by 11 p.m. That's why we're doing that right now.
We're just extending the meeting, no worries.
And council members, you may vote with your voting buttons.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're fixed.
Oh, it is? Hey. Whoa.
Motion to extend the meeting to midnight passes unanimously.
No clapping.
To extend the meeting, it's not going to...
Oh, sorry. I know that.
No clapping.
Okay, so now we can continue the meeting.
Okay, so how do we set up a payment schedule? And what are they paying back? Like, all that has to be decided right now?
So
I want to get clarification, if I could, please, on the fees, because there was a lot of public comment and there were letters to us about this, and from the appellant and applicant's attorneys claiming that the fees exist only because of the length of time that this window business has been going on. That in other words, it's like a fee machine, that this window is an ongoing issue, cha-ching, it's causing more fees. And I want to make sure I understand that that is not the case, right? As I read the staff report, there was the deferral agreement and the CAP, the Cannabis Activities Permit, was what generated the fees, not the window issue. Am I correct in that? Or could someone please clarify that for me? Because I need to understand that. And I think the public needs to understand that better too.
So I will make the first attempt to explain, and Senior Planner O'Connor can correct or supplement as necessary. So of that roughly $26,000, around $4,000 are fees related to the processing of the initial cannabis activity permit that this applicant has not paid for a couple of years at this point. We've made multiple requests over time, and those fees have not been paid. In addition, beyond just those fees, there were other requirements, including the storefront modification, that needed to be completed prior to commencement of operation of this business, which was a standard condition applied to all of the other cannabis retail operations, but this unique circumstance was such that this operator claimed they could not comply with those without generating revenue from operating the business. Thus, the city took the extraordinary step to enter into a deferral agreement to authorize them to begin operating, to defer certain other aspects of their requirements until they were operating, and then to allow time for the Planning Commission to approve an amendment to the approved permit to align with that deferral agreement. Again, an extraordinary circumstance. The processing of that amendment and the deferral agreement accumulated roughly another $22,000 worth of city processing costs as a result of the applicant's failure to comply in the first instance with the requirements imposed on its application and those of other cannabis operations. And those fees have not been accumulating, and there's no fee machine, there's no periodic increase or interest penalty. The fees are the fees related to the processing costs for those various components.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add.
Please do.
So our office was, the city attorney's office was involved in assisting staff in discussing, when the applicant or appellant came to city staff about what options were available to them. Our office was consulted. We also reviewed the deferral, or prepared the deferral agreement and processed that deferral agreement through the Planning Commission meeting. So there's a lot of staff time involved in just preparing a deferral agreement and then putting the amended conditions of approval and the deferral agreement before the Planning Commission, although the Planning Commission did not approve the deferral agreement, but they did approve the amended conditions of approval. And all of that was set forth in the deferral agreement that would be the responsibility of the appellant/applicant. And it clearly states the obligations of Seaweed in reimbursing the city because the city wanted to be made whole. The city shouldn't have to pay the costs associated with the request that is made by a permittee at that point, and that is a cost that is typically passed on to an applicant. That's where the fees come.
And that's what I wanted to get into the record, because the way I understand it, it would be like when somebody wants to have a business and there are certain costs associated with getting that business started off the ground, the cost of planning time, all of the city staff costs associated with that business. And they're to be borne by the business, the person putting forward the business, the application, the seeking the permit to have a business in town. If that business person doesn't pay those costs, the citizens of Pacifica pay those costs. And I don't think the citizens of Pacifica want to do that. I think the citizens of Pacifica want potholes filled, want basic city services done. And so that is why all of the costs associated with starting a business are borne by the business owners. Assuming the business comes to fruition. Now, is it a lot of money? Yeah, it is. It's expensive. It is. And people expect it to not be. And it's shocking to people when they find out how expensive it is. It was shocking to me. It still is. I keep, ask Director Murdoch. I go, really? Does it really have to? Yes, because staff time is expensive. Mm-hmm. These are professionals. They get paid a decent wage for the work that they provide, and it is costed out on an hourly basis. When those hours accrue, the amount of the dollars that this costs goes up. It's not made up. It just is the amount of time that it takes to do this work. So that is why, although I didn't really exactly hear a call for just waive those fees and forget about it, That's the general gist of what I perceive to be some of what some citizens were seeking. And I have to say, it's, as someone who's responsible for city finances, I can't do that. So I want it clear, I'm not proposing that. When I say we can work out the money, I'm not talking about erase it. I'm talking about finding a way that will allow the business owner to pay the debt to get it erased and settled in a comfortable way. And I agree with the mayor. 30 days I don't think is reasonable.
No, heck no. No.
I think 30 days for the 4,300 something you mentioned.
44.
That was to open up the business. That's paid within 30 days or the license is revoked. That's it. That's my thought. Because that was supposed to be paid, what, 4 years ago?
Yes,
4 years ago in order to open his business.
I
So-
agree with that.
And then some kind of payment plan or
Then we
something
can
around
talk
the
about
rest of it.
payment plan.
Well, yeah, because we know how much the cannabis business have cost. I mean, all of the merchants have had to pay a lot of money to start their business, to run their business, to re-up on their permits and all it costs a lot of money. And so I agree with the 4,000, the original fee, whatever it was, because I don't have that number.
Mayor Beer?
Yes.
I just want to make sure before we sort of proceed down this list that we have majority of council in agreement about the approach that's being contemplated right now, which is setting a future revocation date of the permit if certain conditions aren't met. And now we're going down the list of establishing what those conditions are.
Correct.
Being fully clear that the business can continue running until that time.
Correct.
Okay.
But if the payments are not paid, the license is revoked.
So the first condition on the floor is the payment of the
$80.56.
$4,056 within 30 days.
Yes.
That's the first condition. Then there's the balance of funds owed, 6 minus that amount.
22.
Did we say 6 months?
So if you do 22 divided by 12 would be 1835 a month.
12.
12 months.
Great.
And paid in a timely manner when due.
Monthly.
Monthly.
So you're saying divided into 12 equal monthly payments?
The 22,000 remaining divided by 12 is 1833. So let's say round it up to 1835.
2 questions. One, is that after the initial 30 days to pay the 4,000, they have
Yes.
another 12? Okay.
30
And
days
then-
to pay the 4, and then the clock starts ticking for the 1 year.
And then are you saying that should they miss any one of those 12 payments, there goes the
Yes.
business? Okay, thank you.
Paid on a timely manner.
Another cost component is from this point forward until issues are resolved, there's the ongoing staff costs that need to be paid by. So that's an unknown cost at this point, but it's a continuing cost as we just spoke about on the reimbursement basis. So at some point in the future, there's that additional amount of money that would need.
Are you speaking about to collect the payments or what?
No, the additional, we're going to be asking staff to come back with conditions and, the language to make this permanent. So that could be 10 hours, but it's going to involve city attorney time and staff time to do that.
And just to give a frame of reference, the initial application ended up costing around $14,000, all inclusive of staff and attorney time. I would imagine this is likely to be much less expensive than that, so that's probably the upper limit, but we're talking about several thousands of dollars at least of processing costs.
What about if we put the appellant will pay staff costs and we set a ceiling on it.
How do we know what it's going to be? You can't really set a ceiling.
Well, I mean, we could set a ceiling, and if the staff goes over, we kind of eat it. If they, if they get it done quicker, then he pays whatever's actually due, not, our ceiling.
There just needs to be language that there's going to be additional payments, right? Like, how do we put that into language?
But I don't think it's fair to ask him to sign a blank piece of paper saying, I agree to pay these fees, but it's a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I think we need to put some sort of limit up there to maximum of 5,000, maximum 7,500, something like that, because it's not fair to ask him to sign that blank sheet of paper.
So not to exceed is what you mean.
Yeah, not to exceed.
And an alternative would be, which maybe is more typical to our standard practice, is the planning department takes in a deposit, charges against that deposit for the work that needs to be done to process this. So you could set an amount, and that if our processing costs did exceed that deposit, then they wouldn't be charged more. That would be the ceiling. Is that more consistent, Mr. Murray?
It would be. So in this instance, the applicant shall furnish a $5,000 deposit for estimated processing costs. Any unused portion shall be refunded, but no additional fees would be required.
That's fine with that. That's standard practice. We have the systems set up to do that, yeah.
Well, Mayor Beer, where that deviates from the standard practices, in instances where the deposit's exhausted, we request a supplemental deposit, as was the case with this initial application processing, where the initial $10,000 deposit was exhausted and the supplemental deposit was never provided.
That's when the 4,000 gets broken.
Correct.
One timing way to handle that would be that within the first 30 days, the 4,000 is paid, plus the $5,000 deposit or whatever amount the council sets there, and then subsequently the monthly charge. That would, if the council is directing as a condition here that we're going to go back and do substantial work on revising the ordinance in order to allow Seaweed, allow the existing window to comply with the program, that's a significant amount of work.
I feel that revising the ordinance is going to benefit all future business people, not just one individual. We're not writing an ordinance for a universe of one. I think what I stated at the outset earlier on.
Excuse me.
You can't.
No,
I'm
you're
so
not.
sorry.
No,
I'm
do
so
that.
sorry. You
Sit
can't.
down.
It's really better if you don't, if you can just please be patient with the process. This is government. I'm sorry, folks. This is government, and you're here for it. So please. So.
And we are doing the very best we can
to find
Correct.
a solution.
The ordinance revision would apply to all future businesses. It's just the case that currently in our cannabis program, all the slots are filled. So you have the existing businesses that this doesn't really benefit at all. But if they were to turn over or one close and a new one open in that zone, then they would be complying with the new ordinance requirements.
Correct. And what I stated at the outset when I made my initial comments after my co-council members had spoken was that we needed to possibly look back at our ordinance. And so, this is the growing pains. This is what happens after you're the first. And now we're looking back at it. So
I find that to be separate.
I think we agree.
Yeah, I do.
It's separate.
It's separate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So.
The cost for his specific business is what they
Their
pay.
specific business.
So, may I?
Well, I'm sorry, I want to chime in because you just said that was separate. What we're talking about here is a condition of staff having to go and revise the ordinance and process that with requirements that essentially change the window requirements, right? That allows the current window to comply and then applies to future businesses. So that is that's a significant undertaking to review the ordinance and process that through the Planning Commission, et cetera.
What I had in mind on that point, City Manager, is what I was thinking about was not so much focusing on the window as the issue of safety. And as Councilmember Varlas was alluding to in her questions, and I think the mayor in her questions about the 24-hour surveillance process and the cameras and such, and that's just one possibility. It seems that that was the creative solution that the planning director came up with around how to get from here to there, in as much as the window wasn't compliant. What I'm suggesting is perhaps that or other possible things that we haven't thought of yet, because that's going to be the work of updating the ordinance, are addressing the issue of safety. That's what we heard from Captain Glasgow. That's what we heard from the chief in the form of Captain Glasgow referring back to what Chief Steidel had undertaken in coming up with those recommendations. So what I'm interested in is what is safe for all concerned. This particular building has some very unique characteristics, as we heard from Captain Glasgow. For one thing, it has a second-story component. So, you know, I don't know what all those elements are, but I do know that, well, there's lots of buildings in Pacifica that have unique characteristics, and we may need to have to be a little flexible around how we address safety and not requiring a building owner to rebuild their building around to accomplish that. That's all I'm suggesting.
Could we put the thing, being we could not give a variance on the, because it's in the municipal ordinance, could we switch those rules to business license things and grant variances and business licenses, or is that legal or planning or whatever?
So a business license is not a regulatory license. It's a revenue-generating license. So we would not be able to impose conditions like that on the public safety license conditions on the business license. So again, the public safety license requirements are that the window coverings be a certain percentage. And I think what City Manager Woodhouse was contemplating when he suggested these conditions was making specific amendments that are required to allow this business to comply or comport with the requirements, not doing an overhaul, and correct me if I'm wrong, but making the amendments specific for this business. And that's why it is appropriate to take staff time that is necessary for those amendments and apply it to the applicant/appellant the way we did the condition of approval. If we are talking about a complete overhaul of the public safety license requirements, then I think the council is, what I'm hearing from the council is that that might be a separate cost that isn't assessed against the applicant. But I think for our purposes tonight, the suggestion was just a limited change to address exactly what is necessary to allow this business to operate in compliance with the code.
Okay.
And that is what we are saying would be appropriately charged.
Yeah.
Would there be a difference if we were to make this specifically to the Rockaway Beach area and not the entire city?
Well, Councilmember O'Neill, I think the council has broad discretion when considering the amendments. I think any variation from a simple modification to the storefront dimensions, for example, adds additional complexity to this amendment, thus additional time, thus additional cost. So there's the simple, plain vanilla version of make the standard be what Seaweed has so it can operate and be compliant, all the way up to more boutique approaches to tailor them by zoning district or by block. You know, the council has ultimate discretion to do that. One other factor to consider is if changes to the zoning regulations are entertained, those also require a local coastal program amendment by the Coastal Commission. So containing any revisions to the public safety provisions is, I think, the most cost-effective and time-efficient manner in which the council can address this particular issue, even though it has broader applicability, but really for the direct benefit of this single business owner.
What I was thinking is if there's another cannabis business that wants to open in Rockaway, because there are several stores down there, and I think we have 3 in each thing, in each unit, that it may be more efficient if we did it just to the Rockaway Beach area.
Well, we would talk about that
Yeah.
in the future.
And I won't
right?
be here, so that's
Right.
I won't be here.
I will be.
Mayor Pro Tem had his light on for quite a while.
Raised his actual hand.
He did,
Just talk
yes.
out.
Please.
It's not my way. I feel like opening this can of worms further. So I actually have I don't like the idea of making an adjustment specifically for the one business, but I do like the idea of making the adjustment. So I appreciate that we're trying to find a simple solution, which rarely ever exists in government, as we all know. Given what we have to work with, I would much rather we do the work and come up with a solution that is going to work for all businesses here and thereafter. That's what I think I'm hearing from my colleagues, and that also is certainly, you're right, I haven't heard from you yet.
The simplest solution possible is what I'm looking for.
To my mind, it's not necessary, even though on its face it's the simplest solution, I'm not convinced that the simple solution is making the adjustment in this way for that business to the exclusion of all the other businesses who have complied with, albeit maybe a condition that we are learning should not have been there to begin with. And if that is the case, to my mind, the simplest thing, even though the work would suggest otherwise, is to make sure that we permanently fix it so that not just this business benefits from it, but any other business that also would come hereafter.
Okay.
And I think between all of us, we came up with a pretty decent suggestion about the payment plan. I mean, I think it's generous, and so I feel good about that. And as long as this business can keep running, and then they can make the payments, and then we can have time to do the rest.
So looking at the time and 2 other agenda items, can we kind of put a fork in this? And how?
One thing that needs to be discussed is what is the deadline date for the revocation if the conditions are not met? And maybe we can staff can summarize how we're looking at the conditions in terms of the ordinance revision. So I would suggest that that type of work, given everything on our plate, maybe a 120-day timeline would apply for coming up with processing, bringing back.
So, I think the discussion that I heard sort of took a different path, where the outer bound is really this 12-month payment plan plus the 2 months at the front end for payment of $4,000 and a $5,000 deposit. I think potentially revocation is set at 14 months from today, subject to payment of the $4,000 within 30 days, payment of the $5,000 deposit within another 30 days. And then beyond that, I'm not sure if we need to time limit the city's action to consider the ordinance amendment. I think there are ample performance standards in terms of the payment that sort of provides a pace for coming into compliance on the payment while giving the city time to prioritize this ordinance amendment in the way that the city manager thinks is most appropriate in light of all of the other workload considerations.
Planning Director Murdoch, but I did hear from Councilmember O'Neill that he wanted revocation to take place immediately if they did not comply with some of the initial requirement, which was to pay within 30 days $4,080.56. So I guess the question is, do you want to make the revocation immediate upon a failure to comply with condition of approval, or the conditions that are set forth, any of them, or all of them, or some combination?
Well, I don't know, by immediate, you mean if we don't get the check Friday, on Monday we close it? Is that what you mean?
Well, I
Or-
heard that payment, the 4,000, the original application fee needed to be paid within a very short time frame.
30 days. Yeah.
30 days.
30 days. So would council be inclined to proceed with the revocation if that is not paid within 30 days?
I give them a 2-week demand letter, and then if that doesn't get the money, then, you know, like if you get a late credit card or something like that, you get it, you know, there's a procedure, but I think, you know, something like.
So the benefit to doing it this way is that we don't have to do another procedural step.
Okay, that's fine.
So I would propose that if council is inclined to set that as the first sort of step, that the revocation be effective, you know, immediately upon failure to make that payment within 30 days.
And if I may ask a clarifying question, because I think I asked this of Councilmember O'Neill earlier, and so I'll ask it of you also. Are you talking about just that initial payment, or also every other payment thereafter?
Question. I was focusing on the first sort of threshold payment, which was the $4,080.56. But I did hear from somebody else that if one of the installment payments was not made, that it be revoked. I don't know if council is still inclined to proceed with that. That might be a more appropriate area to allow some flexibility in terms of, like, you're late, you know, here's a notice, I don't know. But I would say if we're going to have a revocation effective immediately, then it should be that first threshold payment.
Right,
And-
because that's
Mayor-
part of the money from the original payment.
Yeah, go right ahead, Christian.
Thank you, Mayor Beer. I think just with respect to payments and additional flexibility, you know, I just want to reiterate the fact that this particular operator has had since March of 2021 to make any payments towards these unpaid amounts. And so, you know, providing additional leniency or second chance clauses, I think, is an additional burden that clouds the picture as to whether they are finally coming into compliance with what's been a very permissive process, and really complicates staff's administration of this revocation. Payment deadline, month by month, is a very easy, clear standard for the staff, as well as a very clear, understandable standard for this particular operator.
And thank you, Christian. I realize how much work has gone into this and how many years you've been working on this, and I can feel your frustration. So I want you to know that I really appreciate all the work that you do, a lot. And I appreciate the conversation we've had here tonight. I think we've done absolutely everything we possibly can to help Seaweed stay open and show good faith, make payments, and then we're going to take it from there. So, and I think there should be some flexibility in the.
I actually have one other item I want to just bring up. I hate to do this to y'all, but as long as we're here. One thing I want to say before I make my ask my question is I want to acknowledge, and I was trying to go through all these pages of the staff report to find the chart, and it came from the Planning Commission that had all the conditions and whether the applicant was in compliance or not. And I really want to acknowledge that the vast majority of them were yes, they're in compliance. Yes, they're in compliance. Yes, they're in compliance. So I feel like we have to, that's the purpose of tonight's discussion, zero in on these areas where we're not. But I don't want the fact that this lengthy item has, you know, I don't want that to color, I guess is what I'm trying to say, opinions or make some sort of implications about this particular business owner. Just for the record, I need to say that. And with that said, there's this one little item that's outstanding that I wanted to follow up on, and it was a condition of approval number 20. And it was in regard to quarterly compliance reporting to the chief of police. And I wanted to know if that is an ongoing requirement, if that was a short-term requirement, because it seems like it happened for a time and then it stopped happening. And I just want to figure out if we're done with that, or we need to resume that, or, you know, as long as we're tying everything up, I'd like to tie that one up, if you would indulge me.
Go ahead.
Chief, Captain.
So your question is if there are still quarterly reports
Right.
required?
Yeah, so I can help answer that question. So similar to the 24-hour surveillance monitoring requirement in the initial approval of this cannabis activity permit, another measure that was added to this operator was the requirement to provide quarterly reports. It is true that at the time of the first annual report of this operation, it was found that they were out of compliance with submitting those quarterly reports. Police staff has now worked with the applicant and brought them into compliance, and so that condition of approval is no longer found to be out of compliance. But this standard is one that is one that is required through their second annual report. So their first one just occurred in August, so their next one will occur in August 2023.
Okay, so we have one more year of quarterly reports. Am I understanding what you just said?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I may just clarify, we had spoken earlier about the planning processing fees deposit of $5,000. And question for the council whether that was part of the initial 30-day deadline.
No, second 30 days.
Yeah.
The second 30 days for that. The initial 4,000, then another 30 days. Planning Director Murdoch said the second month they would pay the 5,000 and then start the payments on the 22,000.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Okay, so.
And so just one other point with respect to the council's desire to provide some payment flexibility. I would ask that it not shift a burden to the city staff if we can avoid that, but perhaps set the payment due date reflecting, the council's adoption perhaps on the 14th of this month, beginning these requirements on the 15th and applying them each month thereafter. So essentially, those monthly payments will be due the 15th of each month, and if not paid by the end of that month, constitute a late payment that's a breach of this requirement. Is that acceptable?
Sounds
Yes.
great.
But not requiring a notice to be triggered and generated by the city.
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
And so we do need to have I'm sorry, sir, but you can't.
As appellant, I just have to ask a
no.
question regarding
No,
the
I'm
payment. The $5,000 deposit, it
You
was
can
just...
ask her, you can ask after, I'm so sorry, but we can't.
Just to get on the record whether or not that includes paying to change the ordinance, because it's been suggested that they'll have to pay for that.
So Mayor, I'm going to read off the key points, and if that sounds agreeable to the
Thank
council by consensus, I can read the technical language we need to do, which will take a few minutes to get there. So essentially, the council is going to consider revoking the cannabis activity permit effective 14 months after November 15th, 2022. The applicant, the permit will not be revoked if the following conditions are satisfied before that date, 14 months from tomorrow. The applicant will pay the $4,080.56 by December 15th, which is 30 days from today or tomorrow. The applicant shall pay a $5,000 deposit for amendment fees by January 15th, which is 60 days from the council's action. And any unused portion will be refunded, and any additional costs will be borne by the city. Number 3, the applicant shall pay the remaining $21,872.33 for all the other prior processing and amendments in 12 equal monthly payments of $1,822.69 by the end of the business day on the 15th day of each month, beginning in February of 2023. And in the event that there's a failure to make the payment by the due date, failure to pay on or prior to the last day of the month in which the payment's due shall constitute a breach of that requirement. I should say, not on or prior to, by the last day of the month.
Shall warrant immediate revocation.
Shall warrant immediate revocation. Then there's, please.
Well, I was going to say, Director Murdoch, maybe you could specify what the amendments mean. You referenced amendments, so.
Sure. With respect to the $5,000, the amendments include the ordinance amendment, the cannabis activity permit amendment by the Planning Commission, and the deferral agreement amendment by the City Attorney's Office and City Manager. And then moving on, no time limit, but within the 14 months, the City Council will need to amend the ordinance related to the window configuration so that the current configuration at this operation would be allowed to remain and be compliant with the ordinance. And then it goes on to talk about just confirming the amendments, that those are approved by the Planning Commission and that the deferral agreement is amended. And then we go on to say that once revoked, the permit shall be deemed expired and no longer entitled a permit to the operation, which I think is recognized. So if those points seem agreeable to the council, I can then begin the process of reading the actual modifications to the draft resolution.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. So with respect to the resolution that's included as attachment A, there is a paragraph that the council will delete. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica does hereby revoke cannabis activity permit cap 818 and cannabis is henceforth deemed to be expired and shall no longer entitle the permittee to any uses authorized by the cannabis activity permit. The permittee shall immediately cease operating, engaging in, conducting, or carrying out any cannabis operation at 450 Don D. Way, Suite 2, including dispensing, selling, and/or delivering cannabis and/or cannabis products. That paragraph, that recital is deleted from the draft resolution. Also deleted is the recital reading, be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica does hereby direct staff to refund in full the permittee's payment of the 2022 yearly cannabis public safety license renewal fee of $23,577. And then new resolve clauses are added to read as follows. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica does hereby revoke cannabis activity permit cap 818, which shall take effect 14 months after November 15th, 2022, quote, revocation date, end quote, unless all of the following conditions, quote, revocation conditions, end quote, are satisfied before the revocation date. Beginning the list, number 1, applicant shall pay $4,080.56 for all outstanding and applicable fees and costs associated with the processing of the application for approval of cap 818 by end of business day, December 15th, 2022. Number 2, applicant shall pay a $5,000 deposit for estimated fees and costs associated with the processing of amendments to cap 818 to incorporate any revision to the Pacifica Municipal Code adopted by the City Council by end of business day on January 15th, 2023. Any unused portion of the deposit shall be refunded, and any additional costs beyond the deposit shall be paid by the City of Pacifica. And added to that paragraph, processing of the amendments themselves. Number 3, applicant shall pay $21,872.33 for all outstanding and applicable fees and costs associated with processing the amendment to cap 818 and all outstanding and applicable fees and costs associated with the preparation and execution of the deferral agreement in 12 equal monthly payments of $1,822.69 by the end of the business day, the 15th day of each month, beginning February 15th, 2023, or on the next business day when the 15th day of the month is not a business day. Failure to make any required monthly payment by the last day of the subject month in which the payment is due shall warrant immediate revocation. Number 4, PMC Section 4-16.03C1 Romanet 2 relating to window coverings is amended in a manner which allows applicant to retain its current window configuration. Number 5, conditions of approval numbers 9 and 18 are modified by the Planning Commission to conform to any revisions made to PMC Section 4-16.03C1 Romanet 2 and reflect satisfaction of outstanding fees as described in paragraph 1. Number 6, city and applicant execute an amendment to the deferral agreement to conform to revisions to PMC Section 4-16.03C1 Romanet 2 and reflect satisfaction of outstanding fees and provide reimbursement to city for all costs, including but not limited to staff time, administrative costs, legal fees, and other costs incurred by the city in processing amendments to condition of approval numbers 9 and 18, an amendment to deferral agreement subject to the $5,000 limit above. And then there's a new resolve clause. Be it further resolved that if the foregoing revocation conditions are not completely satisfied by the revocation date, Cap 818 shall be deemed to be, are not satisfied by the revocation date of, and let me add that in, 14 months from November 15th.
Director Murdoch, I would suggest we just say the revocation date, certain conditions subject to immediate revocation.
Okay, great. So restating that last resolve clause, be it further resolved if the foregoing revocation conditions are not completely satisfied by the revocation date, Cap 818 shall be deemed to be expired and shall no longer entitle the permittee to any uses authorized by the cannabis activity permit, and the permittee shall immediately cease operating, engaging in, conducting, or carrying out any cannabis operation at 450 Don D. Way, Suite 2, including dispensing, selling, and/or delivering cannabis and/or cannabis products.
Thank you. And I so move.
You got to repeat it.
And so perhaps the maker of the motion could just read, adopt the resolution as amended, and then the other components of that recommended action, including the CEQA finding.
Read this whole, okay. Oh, no,
No,
I'm going to do.
re-adopt as amended.
Oh, re-adopt as amended?
Or I can read the motion and then you can say, so
That'd be
moved.
very
Because
helpful.
if
Thank you.
I don't want to mess up the deny, approve, the appeal part.
So I'll read the motion.
Thank you.
The maker of the motion could consider adopting it as their own. Move to adopt the attached resolution as has been modified by Planning Director Murdoch to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's revocation of cannabis activity permit CAP 8-18, file numbers 2018-029 and 2020-020, which authorizes operation of a cannabis retail operation known as Seaweed Holistics at 450 Dondi Way, Suite 2, APN 022-021-640, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, by adopting the resolution included as Attachment A as amended by Director Murdoch from the hearing.
So we're still calling it a revocation, subject to the following items that we changed, that the resolution changed.
Go ahead, Christian.
Yes, so it's a revocation. It does not prevent them from operating tomorrow or the next day unless any of those required conditions fail to be met. So if day 31 from tomorrow, they have not paid the $4,080, the revocation takes effect.
Okay.
And so on.
So
and
we
so on.
have to state it that way then?
Yeah.
So that, as we discussed earlier, the resolution that's in the package tonight was a recommendation from
Right.
staff to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission.
Okay, right.
Based on what we've heard from council, we've talked about making changes to that resolution to condition the revocation to take place at a future date if they don't comply with the condition.
Okay. Sorry, it had to. Okay, so moved.
Second.
That motion passes unanimously.
And I would like to thank everyone involved, especially staff. I know that we did something different than what was expected or brought forward from staff, and I appreciate all the staff. And thank you.
Thank you.
So a couple things. I'd like to suggest that we move the update on the Manor Drive overcrossing until to a future meeting.
I agree with that idea. I think we need to do the reach code item tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's flexibility, possibly, hopefully, on that last item.
Yeah. Is that okay for us to defer it to a future meeting?
Yes. You would like to try to do it on November 28th?
Sure.
Speaking on Manor.
All right.
But a future meeting to be determined.
To be determined.
Do you want to vote on that now?
Oh, yes. We need a motion.
So I make a I make a motion that we defer the item on the Manor Drive overcrossing to another meeting in the future, to be determined.
I'll second.
Before we vote, can we take public comment on the motion to continue?
Okay, I'd like to open public comment on just the motion to continue. Do we have any public comment on the motion to continue the item? Anyone on the phone?
We do have one caller. It's ending in 3097.
Okay, just to be super clear that this is for the motion to continue. I'm getting tired.
Hi, this is Raymond Tan again, architect, Pacific Manor. You guys can hear me?
Yes, hello, Remy.
Thank you. Just on that item, I'm not sure if there's any deadlines. I was reading through the packet, and there was some $2.7 million of grant funding that was being applied for on the Manor overcrossing, and just concerned that, I think tonight's item was to basically cut the consultants loose, I think AECOM on the next phase, and just wondering by deferring this if you guys are then jeopardizing the funding. I don't know if there's any deadlines. So just a little concerned about that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Remy. Appreciate that.
Mayor Beer, that item's just an informational update, no action necessary, so I'll defer to Director Peterson if she wants to state differently, but I don't think there's any deadline related to having that update occur on the 28th.
She's gone.
She's good? Okay.
No, she's there.
Oh, she's there? Or no?
She
Okay,
raised her
then
phone.
I will, is there anyone else who on the phone? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Bring it back for a vote on the motion.
There is a motion on the floor.
That motion was made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bigstick. Is that correct?
Correct.
Item number 12 to a future date.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 11, the introduction of an ordinance to adopt the 2022 edition of the California Building Standard Codes and Fire Code with local amendments, including amendments to require building electrification, reach codes, underground utility installation, and expanding geotechnical hazard evaluation.
Do we need to extend the meeting?
Hold on 1 second. Christian Murdoch is here to present the staff report, along with consultant Rafael Reyes, the Department of Energy Programs, Peninsula Clean Energy, who will participate by phone.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Again, Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I'm joined by Fire Inspector Ryan Adams from the North County Fire Authority, as well as Contract Building Official Greg McFan. I will go very quickly through the slides and basically just say we have incorporated what the City Council asked us to incorporate. If you have specific questions, we can go back to them. Otherwise, we've made modifications to comply with state law to reflect where prior REACH codes have been superseded by the current 2022 codes, and prepared the ordinance for the City Council to introduce tonight, and then to set the public hearing, as the recommended action would indicate, for November 28th, so the City Council can consider adoption of the ordinance at that time to enable it to take effect by January 1st, 2023, as required by state law. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up public comment on this item. Do we have any cards on this item? Yeah, we do. Okay, we have couple cards on the item, and then we'll see if anyone's on the phone. So our first public comment is by Margot Myman. Did I say your last name right?
Margot.
Her last name. Did I say your last name right, Margot?
Yes, thank you.
Good, thank you. Followed by Christine Bowles.
Good evening, Mayor Beer and members of City Council. My name is Margot Myman, and I'm a 17-year resident of Pacifica. Last week, I attended 2 climate-related events, both of which illustrated the importance of the updated REACH codes that I hope you'll soon be approving. And by the way, I should mention that the all-electric portion of the ordinance draft looks good. So the first event was hosted by Sustainable San Mateo County, and Councilmember Vardalos was also there. And one of the biggest takeaways I got from that meeting is that we're in really good company here in the Bay Area. Since our energy provider is Peninsula Clean Energy, we're in an excellent position to take advantage of PCE's clean electricity to move away from natural gas. And that is exactly what jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area are doing. The long-term goal of electrifying everything is a complicated one, but we have to start somewhere, and restricting the expansion of natural gas through REACH codes for new construction is one way to do that. The second event that I attended was sponsored by the City of Palo Alto, and it featured State Senator Josh Becker, who is our senator, and he said the following: I want to see individual cities take the lead on electrification so that I can use your programs as models. I want to take your successful models and scale it across the state. He went on to say that eventually we'll want to scale these individual city programs across the country. So make no mistake, on adopting REACH codes back in 2019 and updating them now, Pacifica is a true leader in this arena of electrification, and I want to thank you all for that. Speaking specifically to the REACH code text, I do have a comment. I'm very grateful that city staff included language that prohibits the introduction of any other fuel source to an all-electric building because it closes a potential loophole. The language on this section is in 4.106.5 and 5.106.13. I'm curious as to why the language in these 2 sections isn't identical. It's a super minor thing, but the first section is slightly more specific, and in order to prevent any confusion for someone reading the ordinance in the future, it might make sense for the second section to maintain that same specificity. Dasha Leeds from the Sierra Club mentioned this issue in a letter that he sent to public comment this afternoon. I co-signed on that letter if you need to see the text. So thank you very, very much for your work on the REACH codes.
Thank you. Christine Bowles, followed by Juliana Wendt, and I can't read your writing. Hold on. I'll call you in a minute, but I see you both back there. Hello. Go ahead, Christine.
Good evening again, Council. I too want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. And I also went to an event with Josh Becker and the head of the Sierra Club yesterday. And it's just so exciting to partner with our state to look at writing legislation that can be taken to a higher level. And I just want to applaud you all for for working on that, and hope that we can continue in the next year on our existing buildings and on our water infrastructure also. So I have no comments about the electrification. I had a couple of comments about some of the other items or questions. One on packet page 290 under underground utilities installation, number 2. There's an exception for trenching when you need more than 500 feet, and it says to serve the residential structure, and that's my question, because I think our codes apply to commercial structures as well, so that needs to be broadened or taken out. Also under, on the next page, 291, geotechnical hazards. I appreciate some of the changes to this language from the last time. The one I'm concerned about is number 5, which allows a hardship exemption if there are geologic hazards, if the project itself is not an expensive project. And that really bothers me, that, you know, someone could build something that maybe doesn't cost a lot of money, but that could cause a lot of damage downhill from them, and I'm not sure that that's really an exception that we want to consider so defined as a cost item. So maybe that's something we can talk about. Yeah. And then continuing down under green building standards, number 3 says an exception for for-profit restaurants. And I know there are some nonprofit restaurants too, so again, I'm not sure why that distinction is there and if it's needed. And then on item 6, the EV parking standards, I really object to the exemption for affordable housing, because by 2035, all cars are going to need to be electric. And it's actually going to be more of a hardship for a person on fixed income to be able to charge their car if that infrastructure isn't there. So anyway, just question that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Juliana and Arwen, did I say, you're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name when you come up. Thank you for waiting this entire time.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Beer and City Council members. My name is Juliana Wool.
And my name is Arwen Grass. And we are both students at Oceana High School. And we co-lead our Ocean Conservation Club.
As two passionate students eager to protect our environment, we are in support of the updated REACH codes for the new building construction that would enforce electric appliances in new buildings in Pacifica.
As students, it's difficult for us to make an impact on climate change. We don't have the opportunity to choose an electric car for our families or to install solar panels in our house. It's easy to feel helpless, and this REACH code helps make a difference at a local level.
A 2017 study by the City of San Mateo showed that buildings in San Mateo are responsible for as much as 42% of the city's total greenhouse emissions, which is almost the same as emissions from transportation. We don't have this same data for Pacifica, but it's possible that emissions from our buildings could be just as high. The number of greenhouse gases that our community contributes could be drastically lowered by the implementation of this REACH code.
We need to act quickly. We have about 7 years left before climate change becomes irreversible if we continue our current rate of greenhouse gas emissions. Implementing this REACH code will help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and take us one step closer into solving climate change. I think that it's also important to note that this REACH code does not in any way force people to immediately switch to using all electric appliances, so those who cannot afford the switch will not be affected.
This REACH code would allow people to a healthier climate just by changing the future.
Prevent the construction of gas infrastructure. As we lead our school's Ocean Conservation Club, we really enforce